I remember that night like it was etched into my mind in slow, sharp strokes. It had been quiet all evening, the kind of quiet that feels like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I was on my usual midnight patrol, the hum of the engine beneath me, tires whispering against wet asphalt from the earlier rain. The streetlights flickered intermittently, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted across the empty sidewalks. Most nights, I could handle the solitude, the predictable rhythm of the city at its most vulnerable hour. But that night, something felt off on the first mile. The call came in just past 12:30, a crackle through the radio, and then the dispatcher's voice, usually calm, steady, trembled ever so slightly. Unit 17, we have a report of someone screaming in the woods near Hollow Creek Road. Call her and stay on the line. It was short, clipped, but there was something in the way she spoke that made my stomach tighten. Normally, we get prank calls, the occasional lost hiker, sometimes an animal. Screams in the woods this late? That wasn't routine. And the tremor in her voice told me she knew it wasn't just another drunk teenager shouting at the wind. I turned the car toward Hollow Creek Road, feeling the weight of night settle over me. The woods loomed on either side like dark teeth. Rain had left the trees slick, branches sagging and dripping onto the shoulder of the road. Each turn I took seemed longer than the last, the headlights slicing through a tunnel of mist and shadow. I kept my radio close, half expecting it to explode with more screams, but all I heard was static and her voice, tense, uncertain, repeating the call. It was like a loop I couldn't escape, her worry curling into my own chest. By the time I reached the edge of the forest, the temperature seemed to drop sharply. My breath came out in visible clouds, mingling with a fog that hugged the ground. I switched on the patrol car spotlight, letting it sweep across the trees. The woods looked empty, eerily still. Not a bird, not an animal, not even a rustle. It was unnatural. I sat there for a moment, gripping the wheel, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Most of the time, it was nothing. But that night, my gut screamed otherwise. I stepped out of the car, the wet pavement cold beneath my boots. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled the air. The headlights cut swaths of clarity through the mist, but the deeper forest swallowed all light, leaving shadows that moved in ways they shouldn't. I called over the radio, keeping my voice low. Professional, Unit 17 here. Checking Hollow Creek Woods. No visual yet, only static answered. I frowned, glancing back at the car. The red and blue lights bounced faintly against the mist, but the radio remained eerily silent. I took my flashlight and stepped into the first line of trees. Branches clawed at my jacket. Rain dripped into my collar. Each step crunched on the soaked underbrush. I could hear the patter of rain, faint against the distant hum of the city, and something else. Maybe it was my imagination. A faint crackle like footsteps just beyond the reach of the light. I froze. My pulse spiked. It was gone. Or maybe I hadn't heard it at all. But the hair on the back of my neck refused to lie down. I kept moving, carefully listening. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and folding in ways that made no sense. Trees that were a dozen feet apart now seemed impossibly close. Shadows forming shapes that weren't their moments before. And then I heard it again, the faintest, most hesitant scream, swallowed almost immediately by the night. I spun, flashlight swinging, trying to pinpoint the source. The beam fell on nothing. Just trees, dripping rain, mud. The scream, or whatever it had been, was too high, too fleeting to be human, and yet unmistakably a cry of fear. My mind raced through the possibilities. An animal, a person trapped, someone hurt. The logical part of me said it was nothing, yet every instinct screamed caution. I called over the radio again, voice taut. Dispatch, Unit 17, hearing possible screaming. I'm moving in. Static answered again, then her voice distorted, almost a whisper. Unit 17, be careful. And then silence. I pressed on. Deeper now. Flashlight cutting through thicker shadows. The fog became almost tangible, curling around my legs, soaking my pants. The screams or echoes were intermittent, whispers of panic drifting between the trees. I started to feel it then, a sensation like eyes on me, unseen and patient. The kind of gaze that makes your skin crawl, your teeth ache, your every hair stand on end. I couldn't tell if I was being followed, or if the forest itself was alive. Watching, time became slippery. Seconds stretched. The faint light of the patrol car behind me felt distant, unreal. The air seemed heavier here, pressing down with a damp weight that made each breath laborious. And then I saw it. Not a person, not quite. A shape at the edge of the light. Tall, thin, blurred by the fog. It didn't move, but I knew it was moving in the periphery of my mind. I blinked, and it was gone. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my trembling hands. This wasn't like anything I had encountered before. Not stray animals, not drunks, not prank calls. Something about this night felt wrong. The scream came again, closer this time, sharp, almost pleading. I called out, voice steadier than I felt. "Hello? Are you hurt? Show yourself." Nothing. I advanced cautiously, each step deliberate. Mud squished beneath my boots, rain trickling down my neck. The shape had disappeared, but the feeling didn't. Something was there, watching, waiting, and the silence between the screams was worse than the screams themselves, like the forest was holding its breath, letting me fill the space with my own fear. The radio crackled again, faint and static-laced. "Unit 17, do not." The transmission cut off mid-word. I froze, heart hammering. My name, whispered over the radio, in a voice that wasn't my dispatcher's. I spun, flashlight slicing through the fog. Nothing. Trees, mist, shadow. My stomach churned. I felt the need to retreat, to run back to the patrol car, back to the safety of the road. But my feet wouldn't move quickly. Every instinct screamed to leave, yet a deeper, darker curiosity held me rooted. The scream again, closer, more urgent this time, echoed through the trees. I realized, with a sinking certainty, it was coming from the deeper woods, further than I should go alone. The beam of my flashlight caught something then, a glimpse of movement too swift, a shadow that didn't belong to any tree, a fleeting figure between the trunks. And I swear, for a moment, I could see a face, pale, hollow eyes, lips pulled back in a silent scream. It lasted a fraction of a second before melting back into the fog. My pulse hit a frantic pace. I backed away, calling over the radio, voice barely steady. "Dispatch!" requesting backup, now. Silence. I turned, finally breaking the forest hold, and ran toward the lights of the patrol car. Rain-slicked mud slid beneath my boots. Every branch seemed to reach for me. Every shadow stretched to block me. When I reached the car, heart pounding, hands soaked and trembling, I slammed the door shut, locked it, and sat there gasping, listening. Nothing moved. No footsteps, no shapes, just a faint whisper of wind through the trees. But I knew it hadn't left. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, the tremor that ran through my bones. The dispatcher's voice came through the radio once more, distant and anxious. "Unit 17, what's happening?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Not yet. I kept the spotlight on the edge of the woods, scanning, waiting, knowing the scream could come again. And in that quiet between the rain, the static, and the distant city hum, I realized something I couldn't explain. I was not alone, and I wasn't supposed to be there. The night was far from over. I shouldn't have gone in. I knew at the moment I stepped out of the patrol car, the fog curling around me like fingers reaching for something they couldn't touch. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the mist was thick, hanging low to ground, swirling in small eddies with each gust of wind. Hollow Creek Road behind me was just a ribbon of wet asphalt disappearing into darkness, and ahead, the woods were dense, black, and endless. My flashlight cut a weak cone of light through the fog, but it barely pierced the shadows, barely brushed the trunks of the trees. I moved cautiously, boots sinking slightly into the damp earth, each step loud in the stillness. The forest smelled of wet leaves, moss, and something else, something metallic, faint like old blood, or maybe just my imagination going too far. My pulse had settled a little since the call, but the adrenaline was still there, buzzing under my skin. I kept reminding myself it was probably just a lost hiker, maybe an animal, or some kid trying to scare people. But that voice on the radio, trembling, uncertain, stuck in my mind. The dispatcher sounded worried. Not professionally worried, but scared, like she knew something was off. I walked deeper into the trees, the light from my flashlight bouncing off slick branches. Shadows shifted where there shouldn't have been any. I kept looking over my shoulder, thinking I saw a movement just at the edge of the light. Something brushing past the trees, something that didn't belong. Each time I turned, nothing was there. Just fog, just branches, just the muffled sound of rain dripping through leaves. And then I heard it. Footsteps, faint, hesitant behind me. Not a branch snapping under my own boots. Not the drip of water from the canopy, but deliberate steps, soft and uneven. I froze, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped when I stopped. My heart hammered in my chest. I tried to call out, to tell whoever, or whatever it was that I was here, that I wasn't afraid. But my voice caught in my throat. Hello. I managed finally, my own voice sounding small in the fog. Swallowed instantly by the trees. Silence. I waited, listening. There was again, soft, slow, just behind me. It didn't move closer, but it didn't move away either. Just existed. I swallowed hard, gripping my flashlight tighter, feeling the chill in my fingers. My mind raced. Could it be someone else? A lost hiker, maybe scared and wandering? No, the rhythm didn't match human walking. Too uneven, too unpredictable, like it was testing me, waiting for me to react. I turned slowly, swinging the flashlight in a wide arc. The beam sliced through the fog, catching wet leaves, tangled branches, a log or two, but nothing living, nothing human, nothing at all. And yet, the footsteps continued, faint, echoing in places they shouldn't. My ears strained to catch them, to understand the rhythm, but the fog made sound diffuse, bending, twisting. I started walking again, slowly, deliberately, trying to leave a trail, to put distance between myself and whatever was behind me. But each step forward was mirrored, faintly, by those unseen feet. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower, as if whatever was following me was learning, adapting. My chest tightened with each breath, fog mixing with a metallic taste in my mouth, cold sweat sticking to my back. The deeper I went, the heavier the air became. Each exhale hung in the mist, drifting around my head. I could see my own reflection in the wet leaves sometimes, distorted by fog and darkness, twisting my face into something unrecognizable. And that's when I realized the footsteps weren't always behind me. Sometimes I thought I heard them to my side, just beyond the beam of light, keeping pace, keeping time, but always out of reach, always unseen. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe my mind was playing tricks after the stress of the call, after hours of isolation on the road. But it felt intentional, not random, not natural. And the way the fog moved, shifting around shapes that weren't there, it made me question everything I thought I knew about the woods. I paused to listen, chest tight, flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves beneath the unseen feet, the sound of someone or something matching my pace. I thought about calling over the radio, telling the dispatcher exactly what I was hearing, asking for backup, but then I remembered the last transmission. Her voice had been scared, too scared, and now, all I could hear over the radio was static. I took another step. The footsteps stopped. I froze. My breath hitched, and then a whisper, soft, almost imperceptible, curling to the fog like smoke. Why are you here? I spun, flashlight cutting through the mist. Nothing, just the trees, wet and silent. My stomach turned over. I wanted to tell myself it was the wind, the way the fog carried sound. But it wasn't the wind. That was a voice, and it had said my name. Or at least, it had sounded like it. My own voice, echoing back to me. I started moving again, faster this time, heart hammering, every nerve on edge. The forest seemed to close in around me. Branches scratched in my jacket, snagged my hair. I felt eyes, invisible and patient, following me. But when I swung the flashlight around, there was nothing. Only trees, only fog, only silence. I stumbled over a root and fell to my knees, mud squishing between my fingers. My flashlight fell too, spinning light across the trees in erratic beams. And then I saw it, a figure, faint, almost like a shadow, standing just beyond the light. I froze. My lungs seized. My hands shook violently. The figure didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink, but it was there, watching, waiting. I scrambled back to my feet, flashlight shaking, voice tight. Who's there? The shadow didn't answer. It didn't move. And then it was gone, just like that, fading into the fog, as if it had never been there at all. My pulse roared in my ears, drowning out everything else. I could still feel it, its presence, on the edge of my senses, pressing, patient, waiting for me to panic. I forced myself to keep moving, stepping carefully through the slick earth. Each step felt heavier, slower, like the forest itself was resisting me. The fog was thicker now, swirling in unnatural patterns, making the path ahead look like it twisted and shifted beneath my feet. The footsteps were back, behind me, to my side, sometimes above, though there was no higher ground. They echoed unnaturally, overlapping, impossible. I tried to calm myself. It's nothing, just fog, just shadows, just stress. But the words fell hollow. My own logic failed under the weight of what I was experiencing. I remembered other nights, other calls that had seemed routine until they weren't. But this was different. The fear here was not just instinct. It was deliberate. It was ancient. I reached a clearing, small, circular, surrounded by thick trees, and the footsteps stopped. Dead silence. My flashlight's beam barely reached the far edges. I scanned, slowly, deliberately. Nothing. And then the whisper came again, closer this time, curling around my ears. Why are you here? It wasn't a question. Not really. It was an accusation, a demand, a weight pressing down on me. I swallowed hard, stepping backward, trying to retreat to the safety of the patrol car. But the fog seemed thicker here, heavier, pressing against me. The trees leaned inward, narrowing the clearing until it felt like I was trapped in a cylinder of shadow and mist. I backed up, tripping again, and when I looked up, I realized the forest had changed. The path I came in on, it wasn't there. Just endless trees, indistinguishable from the rest. The shadows moved differently now, more deliberate, curling like smoke around shapes that shouldn't exist. And then I realized with sudden clarity that the footsteps weren't just behind me. They were everywhere, surrounding me, waiting. I could feel my hands shaking as I gripped the flashlight, the only weapon I had against the unseen. My chest heaved. My mind screamed to leave, to run, but every step forward seemed to take me deeper, not out. And then silence. The footsteps had stopped, and the fog pressed close, thick, damp, suffocating. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, listening to the silence, feeling the presence all around me. Eventually, I forced myself to turn back toward where I thought the road was, toward the patrol car, toward safety. The fog seemed to resist me, twisting paths, shifting shapes, every direction leading deeper into the forest. I stumbled blindly, heart pounding, until finally, I saw a flicker of red and blue lights in the distance. I ran toward them, every step an effort against the fog, against the fear that gripped me. I didn't look back, couldn't look back. But even as I reached the patrol car, breathless, soaked, shaking, I knew it wasn't over. I could still feel it, watching, waiting. The forest had claimed its moment, and I was lucky to escape with only my mind intact. But I knew, deep down, that whatever was in those trees hadn't left. It was still there, patient, silent, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to wander into its fog. And I would never forget the sound of those footsteps behind me. I thought the worst of it was behind me, but I was wrong. The forest, the fog, the footsteps, it hadn't ended. It had only shifted, changed shape like it was toying with me. I kept moving toward the faint glow of the patrol car, every sense alert, my pulse hammering in my ears. And then, through the mist, I saw it. A car, parked along the edge of the forest, headlights on, white light cutting through the fog. reflecting off wet leaves and slick branches. At first, I thought it was another patrol unit. Relief washed over me for a second, but then something made me pause. The car, it wasn't supposed to be there. There were no calls about another unit in the area, and the road had been empty when I drove in. I called over the radio, voice tight. "Dispatch, there's a car. Lights are on." I don't see anyone." Static answered. Then the dispatcher's faint, worried voice. "Unit 17, there's no traffic reported in that area. Describe the car." I squinted through the fog. It looked like an older sedan, silver, nondescript. Nothing out of the ordinary. But the headlights, why were they on in the middle of the forest, with no one in sight? I stepped closer, flashlight scanning, heart hammering, and then, as if the world blinked, the car was gone. I stumbled back, nearly falling. My eyes darted around, hard in my throat. The headlights had vanished. The fog curled and shifted where the car had been, leaving only wet earth and the faint smell of rain-dampened metal. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the fog, a shadow, maybe a reflection. But deep down, I knew what I saw. I had seen a car, headlights blazing, and now it wasn't there. I called again, voice shaking slightly. "Dispatch!" I saw a car. It was right here. Now it's gone. Her voice trembled, almost imperceptibly. "Unit 17, stay calm. Can you describe where exactly?" I pointed into the fog, though it was pointless. The space was empty, silent, unnaturally still. "It was right there," I said, swallowing hard. My own voice sounded small, weak, like a whisper swallowed by the night. I stepped forward cautiously, boots sinking into wet earth, flashlight sweeping left and right. The forest was quiet, too quiet. The only sounds were the drip of rain and the faint rustle of leaves. And then I saw it again. The car, same place, headlights on, same silver sedan. My stomach turned over. I froze, gripping the flashlight so tightly my knuckles went white. How could it be back? I had just seen it vanish. My mind refused to make sense of it. I called out, voice louder now, almost desperate. "Hello? Anyone there?" No answer. The fog seemed to press in, thicker now, curling around the beams of light like smoke. I took another step forward, trying to get closer, trying to see inside the car. My flashlight flicked over the windshield. Empty. No one inside. No movement. Just headlights, gleaming like eyes in the mist. And then gone. Again. My breath caught in my throat. I backed up, tripping over a root, mud splashing over my boots. Heart hammering. I turned in a slow circle, trying to track the car, trying to understand. Every direction I looked, it seemed to appear and disappear. Never fully there, never fully gone. Paranoia began to set in. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it, trying to cling to logic. Maybe it was a hallucination. Fatigue, adrenaline, stress. It could do strange things to your perception. But I knew the truth deep down in the pit of my stomach. This wasn't imagination. Something unnatural was at work. The car wasn't real. And yet it was. I took a step closer again, flashlight beam cutting through the fog. I tried to focus, to hold my gaze steady. The headlights glared at me for a heartbeat, then vanished. And in that brief moment, I saw it. A shadow, dark and featureless, moving across the passenger seat. It didn't walk, it didn't sit. It just was there, watching, waiting. I stumbled back, chest tight, lungs burning. My mind screamed to leave, to run back to the patrol car, to anywhere that felt safe. But my feet wouldn't move fast enough. The forest seemed to shift around me, each tree bending slightly as if to block my path, each shadow twisting to fill my peripheral vision. I spun, flashlight sweeping, and the car reappeared. Headlights on, empty, silent, waiting. My pulse raced so fast, I thought it would break my ribs. I tried calling over the radio again, desperate for someone to hear me, to tell me I wasn't losing my mind. Dispatch. Static. Nothing else. I slammed the radio button again, voice rising, almost frantic. Dispatch. Please, you have to hear me. The car, it's here. No, it's gone. I don't. Silence. The headlights were gone again, and I felt it then. That same weight, that same awareness I felt before. The feeling of being watched, studied, hunted. My skin prickled. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves behind me. Soft, deliberate, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat. Every instinct screamed to leave. Every rational thought told me to run. And yet, I couldn't look away. I took another step forward. The car appeared again. Same place. Headlights glaring. I noticed details now I hadn't before. The tires, shiny and wet. The windshield streaked with rain. Fog curling around the edges like fingers. And then, movement inside the car. Just a flicker. A shadow. Something shifting in the driver's seat. I blinked. My heart slammed. Gone. I swayed slightly, gripping the flashlight, trying to hold on to reality. My chest heaved. My boots were soaked, mud clinging to my pants. The forest seemed alive now, aware of me, shaping itself around my fear. And through it all, the car continued its cruel game, appearing, disappearing, always just out of reach, always just enough to unsettle me, to make my mind twist. I realized something then. It wasn't just the car. It was a pattern. The inconsistency, the impossibility of it. Every time I thought I had it, every time I thought I could reach it, it vanished. And every time it vanished, it left me more unsteady, more paranoid, more aware of every sound, every shadow, every breath of wind. I stumbled backward, finally deciding to retreat, to go back to the patrol car, to somewhere real, somewhere safe. But the forest seemed to resist me. Paths I had taken moments ago now twisted in impossible directions. Trees seemed to close ranks, shadows pooling in unnatural ways. And the headlights, they appeared again, not on the edge of the clearing, but in front of me, blocking my path. I froze. The car didn't move, didn't honk, didn't even make a sound other than the faint hum of the engine. But I could feel it, its awareness, its focus on me. My mind screamed, my heart hammered, my legs felt like lead. I took a shaky breath, forcing myself to step to the side, to go around it, and then it vanished once more. Every time I blinked, every time I forced myself to breathe, it was there again, always there, never fully, never gone. The forest had become a maze, a trap, and the car was the instrument of my unraveling. I realized then that the fear wasn't just of what I could see, it was of what I couldn't. Of the space between appearances, of the impossible, of the mind bending itself around the inexplicable. Finally, I stumbled toward the faint glow of my patrol car in the distance. The fog began to thin slightly, though not enough to ease the weight in my chest. And I realized with cold certainty that the vanishing car hadn't been a physical threat. It had been a psychological one, a predator of the mind, preying on doubt, on fear, on the uncertainty between what was real and what wasn't. When I reached the patrol car, soaked and shaking, I slammed the door, locked it, and sat there, trembling. I kept scanning the edge of the forest with the flashlight, but the car never appeared again. The fog rolled over the clearing, mist curling around the trees, and for a moment, I thought I had escaped. But I knew, deep down, I hadn't. The vanishing car had left its mark. I could still feel in my chest and my thoughts, in the shallow, ragged way I breathed. The forest hadn't let me go. And in the distance, I swore I heard the faintest sound of tires on wet earth, moving slowly, deliberately, just beyond the reach of the light. It wasn't over, not by a long shot. I thought I had seen the worst. The fog, the footsteps, the vanishing car. It had shaken me to my core. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. The forest seemed to close around me, denser now, shadows pressing closer, almost sentient in the way they shifted and leaned toward me. My pulse never slowed, every nerve on edge, every instinct screaming that I shouldn't be here. I reached for the radio, voice still shaky but trying to hold on to professionalism. Dispatch, Unit 17. Do you copy? Static. I tapped the button again. Dispatch, please, do you copy? I need an update. Nothing but white noise and hissing static. the kind of static that feels alive, crawling into your ears, settling behind your eyes. My heart thudded harder. I tried to tell myself it was just interference, maybe the forest interfering with the signal, but the thought didn't bring comfort. It only made the silence worse, more oppressive, more aware of me. I clicked the button again. A faint crackle, almost intelligible, then gone. For a heartbeat. I thought I heard her voice, whispering over static. Unit 17. I spun, flashlight cutting through the fog. Nothing. Trees, wet leaves, fog curling in unnatural shapes. And yet I could feel it, watching. The signal fade wasn't just about losing the radio. It was about isolation. The forest swallowed every sound. Even my own breathing seemed to echo back at me, too loud, too close. And then I saw it, a shadow thin stretched, moving between the trees. Not human, not animal, just there, watching me. My pulse jumped. I gripped the flashlight, so tightly the knuckles went white. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a trick of the fog. Maybe my exhaustion was catching up with me. But the shadow moved with purpose, stopping when I stopped, drifting just out of the beam of light, yet always present. I called over the radio again, almost pleading now. Dispatch. I can see something, a figure, between the trees. Please send backup. Nothing, only static. The fog seemed to thicken, curling around my legs like cold fingers, soaking through my uniform. Every shadow grew darker, heavier, leaning closer. And the figure, it moved again, slow, deliberate, gliding between the trunks. I tried to focus, to keep in the flashlight beam, but every time I caught a glimpse, it slipped into the fog, almost liquid in the way it shifted. I forced myself to move, stepping backward toward what I thought was the edge of clearing. My boots sank into the wet earth, mud clinging stubbornly. The trees seemed to twist, rearranging themselves in impossible ways. My pulse was a drum in my ears. I told myself I had to stay calm. That panic would get me nowhere, but my body betrayed me. Trembling with the fear I couldn't shake, the shadow paused, just for a moment, and then it tilted its head, as if observing me, studying me, understanding me. That pause sent a chill straight through my spine. I felt naked in the fog, every thought, every heartbeat, every fear exposed. I realized I couldn't see it fully. Not its face, not its body, only a dark outline, shifting, stretching, impossible to hold in focus. And yet, I knew it was real. The radio crackled again, faint, almost mocking, like it knew I was listening. I pressed the button desperately, voice breaking. Dispatch, respond. I need help. Static. I screamed into the radio, frustration and terror building until my throat ached. Nothing answered. The isolation was complete. No backup, no reassurance. Just me, the fog, and the shadow. I tried to force rational thought, to remind myself of procedure, of logic, of training. But logic faltered under the weight of fear, under the weight of being utterly, completely alone. I stepped forward cautiously, try and keep my distance, flashlight sweeping in wide arcs. The shadow moved with me, always at the periphery, never fully visible, yet undeniably there. It was patient, deliberate, and I began to notice details, subtle, almost impossible. The fog moved around it unnaturally, curling away from its form as if the air itself feared it. The ground seemed darker beneath where it passed, with earth pooling in ways it shouldn't. I swallowed hard. My throat was dry. My hands shook. Every instinct screamed to leave, to retreat, to run toward the distant glow of the patrol car, toward safety. But the forest seemed endless, twisting and folding in ways that made retreat impossible. Every direction I turned, the shadow mirrored me, moving closer, though never fully, always just out of reach. I remember my training, breathing, assessing, focusing. But the mind is not meant to stay rational when faced with something impossible. The shadow wasn't natural. The fog wasn't natural. And I realized with a sinking certainty that the radio was never going to help me. I was alone, utterly, terrifyingly alone. I tried to force myself to keep moving one step at a time. Mud squelched beneath my boots, rain dripping from branches into my collar, water pooling in my hair. The shadow moved again, slower this time, deliberate, testing me. And then it paused, as if allowing me to see it fully, though there was nothing to see, just darkness, stretched and impossible. And that, more than anything else, made my skin crawl. Time began to warp. Seconds stretched into minutes. My own heartbeat felt alien, my breathing heavy and erratic. The fog thickened, swallowing light, sound, and direction. Every tree looked identical. Every shadow seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. And through it all, the shadow remained. Waiting, watching. I called out again, voice hoarse, desperate. "Hello? Who are you? What do you want?" Silence. I forced myself to move, taking a wide circle through the clearing, trying to find the edges, trying to break free from this nightmare. The shadow followed, gliding across the fog, always at the edge of vision, its presence pressing in on my senses, filling every gap with dread. And then I heard it. Not a sound, not a whisper, not a scream, but a feeling, a thought, intrusive, foreign, impossible to ignore. "You don't belong here." I froze. My heart seemed to stop. The fog felt thicker, colder, as if it had weight now, pressing against my chest, my shoulders. My flashlight flickered. I could see the shadow more clearly, or maybe my mind was finally breaking. Leaning forward through the mist, elongated, bending in ways that made no sense, yet undeniably present. I stumbled backward, nearly falling, mud sucking at my boots. My breath came in shallow gasps, fog swirling around me. Every rational thought screamed to leave, to run, to get back to the car, back to the city lights, back to anything familiar. But the forest seemed to resist me. Paths I thought I remembered twisted, changed, and the shadow it remained, patient, unyielding. I called over the radio one last time, voice cracking, almost a whisper. "Dispatch, if you can hear me. I'm in the clearing. Something is here. I don't." Static. I pressed a button, desperate, tears running down my face, rain soaking me through, my mind screaming in frustration and fear. Nothing, only the whisper of fog, the rustle of trees, the sense of being utterly, completely watched. I forced myself to move again, slowly, deliberately, toward what I thought was the edge of the forest. The shadow didn't follow directly this time. It stayed at the edge of my vision, just beyond the light, stretching impossibly, dissolving into fog, and then solid again, as if it were part of the air itself. I could feel my sanity fraying. I could feel the weight of isolation pressing down. The forest was no longer just trees and fog. It was a living, breathing entity, aware of me, aware of every heartbeat, every twitch of muscle, every thought of fear that passed through my mind. Hours, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning. I stumbled, slipping on wet earth, my flashlight flickering, rain dripping into my eyes. And the shadow followed, always there, patient, deliberate. And I realized something I didn't want to admit. I might never leave this forest. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint glow, the distant red and blue of my patrol car. Relief surged, but it was tempered by the knowledge that the shadow was still there, watching, waiting, patient. I ran toward the light, the fog thick around me, the ground treacherous beneath my boots. When I reached the car, I slammed the door, locked it in, sat there, chest heaving, soaked, shaking. The radio remained dead, the fog pressing against the edges of clearing, hiding impossible shapes. And somewhere between the static and the shadows, I knew I had glimpsed something that shouldn't exist. I kept the headlights on, sweeping the forest edge, but the shadow never reappeared. Not physically, but I could feel it, patient, watching, waiting. And in the deep, cold silence of that forest, I understood that the radio failure, the isolation, the creeping fog, they weren't accidents. They were part of it, part of the way the forest, and whatever lived in it, consumed those who wandered too far, too close. I realized I wasn't just lost in the woods. I was lost in something else entirely. Something ancient, patient, and relentless. And even as I sat in the patrol car, shivering and drenched, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. I had not escaped. The shadow was still there, waiting. I had been on patrol for nearly 6 hours. The city streets emptying as the night stretched on. Usually, the quiet was welcome, a chance to catch my breath, to let my mind drift in the hum of the engine and the soft crackle of the radio. But that night, the quiet didn't feel safe. There was a tension in the air, a subtle stiffness that made the hairs on my arms rise and my stomach coil into knots. The call came just past midnight. My radio crackled, the dispatcher's voice unusually sharp, cutting through the monotony. Unit 12, we received multiple reports of screaming from the abandoned Wellington apartments on 4th Street. Civilians in the area are too afraid to approach. Proceed with caution. The hair on the back of my neck stood up instantly. The Wellington apartments have been empty for years. Boarded windows, peeling paint, graffiti crawling over the walls like veins. No lights, no residents. Nothing but shadows that stretched long and twisted under flickering street lamps. And yet someone or something was screaming from inside. I responded immediately. Copy, dispatch. Unit 12 en route. My voice sounded calm, professional, but inside, I felt that familiar spike of adrenaline, the sense that something bad was waiting. The streets were slick from earlier rain, the neon signs reflecting off the puddles in shards of color. As I approached the apartments, the screams came again, faint and distorted, carried to the night air like broken glass. Sharp, urgent, almost pleading. My chest tightened. I gripped the wheel a little harder, flashlight resting beside me on the passenger seat. When I pulled up in front of the building, my headlights illuminated the cracked concrete steps and the boards nailed across the doors and windows. No one was around. No cars, no people. Just silence, broken by the occasional echo of that distant, fractured scream. I stepped out of the car, boots crunching on broken glass and wet leaves, and let the flashlight beam sweep across the front of the building. The air smelled of damp decay, rot, and something metallic, faint but unmistakable. I approached the main entrance, careful, flashlight cutting through the darkness. The wood across the doors was splintered in places, as if someone or something had tried to get out, or maybe to get in. The screams had stopped. Now there was only a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like a whisper carried on the wind, or maybe my own imagination. I radioed dispatch again, voice low. Unit 12 on scene. The building is empty from the outside. No signs of civilians, but I hear something inside. Static answered, then the dispatcher's faint voice. Unit 12, proceed with caution. Do not enter if you feel unsafe. Backup is on standby. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Copy, I muttered. My fingers tightened around the flashlight handle. I had no backup yet, just a humming patrol car behind me, the shadows of the abandoned building before me, and the sense that every step I took was being watched. The first floor was dark, thick with dust and decay. My flashlight beam cut through the air, illuminating broken furniture, walls streaked with graffiti, and staircases leading upward, deeper into shadow. I moved slowly, each step deliberate, boots echoing on the concrete floors. The silence was oppressive, filled with the distant hum of the city beyond the walls and the occasional creak of the buildings settling. Then I heard it, a scream, not faint this time, but sharp, sudden, and closer. My heart lurched. It came from upstairs, a single fractured sound, followed by silence. I froze, trying to locate the source, flashlight scanning the hallway, then the staircase. The air felt colder here, damp, carrying the smell of mildew and something else, something I couldn't name. I called over the radio, voice tight but controlled. Dispatch. I hear a scream on the upper floors. I'm moving inside to investigate. Static answered again. Nothing more. I climbed the stairs cautiously, each step creaking under my weight. The beam of my flashlight stretched ahead, catching the peeling wallpaper, broken doors, and shadows that seemed to shift just beyond the edges of light. The scream had stopped. Now there was only silence, and the faintest sound of movement, a shuffle, soft, deliberate, coming from somewhere above me. I paused, breath catching. My mind raced through possibilities. Squatters, a trapped animal, someone injured. I forced myself to focus, training kicking in. Step by step, I moved toward the sound. The hallway stretched long and narrow, walls covered in peeling paint, and old posters barely clinging to the surface. My flashlight illuminated nothing but debris and shadows, yet I could feel it. Something watching, hidden just out of reach. A door at the end of the hall was slightly ajar, the darkness inside pooling into the hallway. I moved closer, flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. The smell of damp and decay was stronger here, thick in my nose. I could hear it now, soft, uneven breathing. Someone or something was inside. I cleared my throat, voice steady, though I could feel it faltering in my chest. Police, is anyone in there? Are you okay? Silence, then a soft, almost childlike whimper. My stomach tightened. I stepped forward, flashlight beam cutting across the room. Broken furniture, torn curtains, dust motes dancing in the narrow light. The whimper came again, low, trembling. I took a deep breath, forcing my nerves under control. My training, my experience, everything I knew told me proceed cautiously, to assess before acting. The room was empty. No one, nothing, and yet the whimper persisted. I backed up slightly, scanning the corners, the floor, the ceiling. That's when I noticed it. The floorboards near the far wall were warped, uneven, as if something heavy had been moved recently. I knelt, running a hand along the edge. Small scratches, fresh, and beneath one of the warped boards, a faint, almost imperceptible sound. Scratching, soft, desperate. I froze. My pulse spiked. I reached for the radio again. Dispatch. I found signs of someone or something hiding. Scratches, movement under floorboards. The radio crackled, faint and distorted, but no response. Static again, swallowing the words. My heart thumped in my ears. I forced myself to think, to stay grounded. I grabbed a flashlight in one hand and gently lifted the warped board. Dust billowed into the air and I caught my breath. There was nothing visible, just darkness beneath. And then movement, small, rapid, shifting under the floor. A shadow, fleeting, indistinct. I jumped back instinctively, but forced myself to calm down. Whatever it was trapped or hiding. Fear gnawed at my stomach. The screaming, the whimpering, the scratching. It wasn't random. Someone or something was here, and it wasn't leaving. I called out again, louder this time. Police, I'm here to help. Come out slowly. Silence. The shadows seemed to thicken, pooling in the corners of the room. My flashlight flickered for an instant, casting long, jagged shapes across the walls. I could feel the air press against me, heavy, damp, like the building itself was holding its breath. Then it came again, a scream, higher, sharper, cutting through the silence like glass. My stomach lurched. It sounded human, but distorted, stretched in a way that made no sense. My hands shook. My flashlight trembled. Every instinct screamed to run, to get out, to call for backup, but I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not until I understood what, or who, was here. Step by step, I moved deeper into the apartment. Each creak of the floorboards echoed in the empty hallways. Each shadow seemed to shift in impossible ways. The building smelled older, darker, as if it were rotting from the inside out. And all the while, the whimpering and screaming continued, fragmented and impossible to locate, moving from one room to another, always just out of reach. I reached the end of the hallway. Another door slightly ajar. Inside, the room was empty, save for scattered debris and broken furniture. My flashlight beam caught a corner where the shadows seemed too dark, too thick. And then I saw it, a fleeting movement, small, quick, like a person ducking behind a wall. My heart slammed. Police! I called again, voice sharper, commanding. Step out slowly. I'm here to help. Silence. I stepped forward, trying to catch another glimpse. The shadows shifted, almost playful, almost aware of me, moving in ways that felt deliberate. I could feel a presence now, unseen but close, watching, waiting. I realized then that the building itself seemed alive, responding to my movements, twisting shadows, hiding things, stretching the darkness in ways that made my pulse pound. Every scream, every whimper, every scratch was a thread pulling me deeper into it. I stood there, flashlight trembling in my hands, sweat mixing with the damp in my hair. The night stretched on, the screams fading and returning like waves, teasing, testing me. And I knew, with a sinking certainty, that whatever was in this building was still here, patient, hidden, waiting for the next moment I let my guard down. The air felt heavier with each passing second. My chest tightened. My eyes scanned the room, every corner, every shadow. The whimper came again, soft, almost pleading. And I realized something I couldn't explain. I wasn't alone. And I wasn't going to leave this place unmarked. The building had called, and I had answered. I stepped further into the Wellington apartments, flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. The air was thicker here, heavy with dust and the smell of mildew. Every step I took echoed across the empty halls, bouncing off walls and abandoned rooms. I kept expecting the sound of someone, anything, moving, but there was nothing. Or maybe there was, and my mind just hadn't allowed me to hear it yet. The faint light from my flashlight cut narrow beams through the gloom, bouncing off walls scarred with graffiti and broken plaster. Posters hung loosely, curling at the edges, remnants of lives long gone. It felt like the building was holding its breath, waiting for me to reveal myself, to stumble, to make a noise it could feed on. Then I heard it, a whisper, soft, indistinct, almost swallowed by the shadows. My heart jumped, a cold twist settling deep in my stomach. I froze, holding the flashlight tight, straining to hear more. The whisper came again, just at the edge of my hearing, impossible to locate, like it was moving through the walls themselves. I forced myself to speak, voice low but steady. I'm a police officer. If anyone's here, I'm here to help. Come out, please. Silence. The whisper didn't answer, but I could feel it, a presence pressing against my senses, as if the air itself was aware of me. Every instinct screamed to leave, to retreat, to run back into the safe hum of the patrol car, but something compelled me forward. I had to see, had to understand, had to find out what, or who, was here. I moved slowly down the hallway, flashlight sweeping from side to side. Every shadow seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at it. My ears strained for any sound beyond my own breathing, and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. And then I saw them. Faint scratches along the walls, marks that looked fresh, jagged, deliberate. They weren't high, like someone trying to reach for help, but closer to eye level, as if meant to be seen by anyone passing through. I knelt, running my fingers lightly over the scratches. The wood was rough, splintered, damp from the humidity. My mind raced. Could it be a squatter hiding, leaving marks, or something else? The rational part of me wanted to believe that. The other part, the part that had been awake and aware since the first call, knew better. I continued forward, senses straining. A door at the end of the hall was slightly ajar, darkness spilling into the corridor like a living thing. I stepped closer, flashlight beams slicing across the threshold. The room beyond was filled with broken furniture, overturned chairs, and the faint trace of movement in the shadows. Something had been here recently, or was still here. A faint whisper reached me again, closer this time. I couldn't make out words, just syllables, fragments. My stomach knotted, fear tightening its grip. I forced myself to speak again. I'm here to help. Please make yourself known. The whisper paused, then vanished. Silence fell, dense, pressing, almost tangible. But I could feel eyes on me. Not human eyes, I realized. Too large, too patient, too indifferent to my fear. Something was watching. I stepped into the room, boots sinking slightly into the damp floor. The furniture was broken, walls scarred with deeper scratches, and on the far side, a faint outline of a doorway leading to another corridor. I froze, flashlight trained on the doorway. Shadows pulled there unnaturally, curling, moving slightly, as if the darkness itself was alive. A sudden draft swept past me, carrying with the faint smell of damp clothing and old smoke. My pulse spiked. Something had passed close, too close, though I saw nothing. The whisper returned, soft, almost tender in its malice. I swallowed hard. My throat was dry, my hands slick with sweat despite the cold. I moved toward the second corridor, every step measured, every sense alert. The building groaned around me, floorboards shifting, walls contracting with the night. The whispering grew slightly louder, echoing in my ears. Words I couldn't understand, syllables that sounded like names, like warnings. I strained to catch one, any one, but they slipped past me, intangible, like smoke through fingers. Then I saw it, or I thought I did. A shadow, low to the ground, moving across the far wall. Not human, not animal, just a dark smear, stretching and curling in ways that made my stomach turn. My flashlight flickered, and in that brief stutter of light, it vanished. I blinked, heart hammering, but I knew it hadn't been imagination, the way the air had shifted, the faint metallic scent that lingered after it passed. It had been real. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. Training, procedure, logic, they were my lifeline. I reminded myself of what I knew. Remain observant. Avoid panic. Don't leave the door open for surprises. And yet, every shadow, every whisper seemed to taunt me, testing me, probing my resolve. I stepped deeper into the corridor. The air felt colder here, heavier. My flashlight beam caught something on the walls. More scratches, deeper this time, spiraling in patterns that made no sense. Some looked like numbers, some like letters, but distorted, broken, as if whoever or whatever made them couldn't fully communicate in any language I recognized. And then I felt it, that pressing awareness, the sense of being studied, measured, evaluated. My skin prickled. My heartbeat thundered. I could feel every muscle tensing, every instinct screaming to flee, yet I remained. I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not while something was here, so close, just out of reach, watching me. Another whisper came, clearer this time. I caught a word, or thought I did. Leave. I shook my head, disbelief mixing with fear. I wasn't going to leave. Not until I understood what had been calling out. Until I saw it clearly. Until I knew whether this was a person trapped, someone in need, or something else entirely. The corridor stretched endlessly, though I could see the faint glow of another doorway ahead. I approached cautiously, flashlight sweeping, every shadow dancing in impossible ways. I reached the doorway and paused, hard in my throat. The room beyond was darker, almost black, swallowing the light from my flashlight. And then I saw it again. A fleeting glimpse at first, a movement, low and deliberate, behind a broken wall, just beyond the light's reach. I swallowed, forcing myself to speak. I'm a police officer. Please come out. Let me help. Silence. The kind of silence that presses against your ears, fills your chest, weighs down your thoughts. And then the whisper returned, louder, sharper, insistent. Don't. I stepped into the room slowly, every muscle taut, every nerve alive. Broken furniture lay scattered, dust coating every surface. And in the far corner, the shadows shifted. I could feel it now, presence tangible, pressing into me. It moved closer, just out of the beam of light, watching, waiting. I tried to focus, to understand, to anchor myself in the reality I knew. But the building seemed to stretch, expand, corridors folding in impossible ways, shadows lengthening unnaturally. My flashlight flickered again, and in that brief stutter, I caught a glimpse of something small, hunched, low, almost human, but not. It darted into darkness before I could see clearly. My pulse soared, breath coming fast. I tried to rationalize, to tell myself it was a squatter, an animal, anything, but my instincts told me otherwise. This was something older, patient, aware of me, studying me. I stepped back toward the corridor, trying to gain distance, to regain control, but the whispers followed, echoing from walls, ceiling, floor, impossible to locate. Each word, each fragment, seemed tailored to me, pressing on my fears, my doubts, my memories. I shook my head, forcing myself to breathe. The air grew colder still. My flashlight flickered one last time, casting shadows that moved on their own. And then silence fell, heavy and thick, suffocating, pressing against my chest. The presence remained, just beyond the light, just out of reach, watching. I realized then that the building itself had become a living thing. The shadows, the whispers, the scratches, they weren't random. They were deliberate, conscious, aware. And whatever or whoever was here wasn't going to let me leave unscathed. I forced myself to take a step backward, toward the hall I had entered, but the corridor stretched impossibly long now, unfamiliar. Shadows pulled in corners, shifting subtly as if alive. I knew then with cold certainty that I had crossed a threshold. I wasn't just in an abandoned building. I was in a place that remembered, that watched, that waited, and the whispers, faint, persistent, were proof. Someone, or something, had been here long before me, and it was still here. Every instinct screamed to leave, to retreat, to call for backup, but I couldn't move. Not yet. Not while I felt those eyes, patient, unblinking, just beyond the flashlight beam. The whispers grew louder, almost teasing, echoing across walls, floors, and ceilings. I realized they weren't coming from one place. They were everywhere, nowhere impossible to track. My mind reeled, and then I understood I wasn't alone. I hadn't been alone for a long time, and whatever had been here before me, whatever had been watching, was still waiting. I had barely caught my breath when it happened. The hallway behind me had been quiet, the whispers fading into faint echoes, leaving me feeling exposed and raw. I stepped into the next room, flashlight sweeping every corner. Dust danced in the beam like tiny specters, settling slowly on broken furniture. The air was colder here, heavier, thick with the scent of decay, damp wood, and something else I couldn't name. I reached the doorknob to the next corridor, my pulse steadying slightly. I needed to keep moving, to see where these sounds or presences were leading. I couldn't leave, not while the building still seemed alive, watching me with every step I took. And then it slammed. Not a gentle push or gust of wind. A solid, deafening slam that rattled the walls, sent splinters of dust falling from the ceiling. My heart leapt into my throat. I stumbled back, flashlight shaking in my hand. The door was closed now, though I hadn't touched it, and the doorknob turned on its own, locking with a metallic click that echoed in the room like a gunshot. I froze, breathing shallow, mind struggling to process what had just happened. My hand hovered over the knob, trembling. The door was solid, old wood, and yet it had moved, locked itself, trapping me inside. My mind searched for a rational explanation. Wind, the old building settling, some mechanism I hadn't noticed. But the rational part of me was shrinking beneath a wave of fear I couldn't ignore. Something else was here, something deliberate. I pressed my ear to the door, trying to catch any sound from the other side. Silence, but it wasn't the kind of silence you could ignore. It was thick, oppressive, almost alive, pressing against my ears, my chest, my mind. And then I felt it, a subtle shift in the air, like a presence moving just beyond the edge of the light, watching me, waiting. I swallowed hard. My fingers tightened around the flashlight. Hello. My voice sounded small, fragile. Police, I'm here. I'm not going to hurt you. No answer. Only the creak of the floorboards, subtle, deliberate, as if something moved across the room without touching the ground. My heart pounded in my chest. Every instinct screamed to run, to force the door open, to escape this room, and the building that seemed intent on keeping me. But the rational part of me, trained, experienced, told me to stay calm, observe, understand. I took a slow step forward, flashlight sweeping. Shadows shifted unnaturally. Dust swirled in tiny eddies around the corners, forming shapes that seemed deliberate. My stomach tightened. I could feel it, the unseen presence. Close, patient, indifferent to my fear. And yet I could feel it studying me, testing me, assessing me. I tried the door again. Locked, solid, unmoving. My pulse raced. I pressed my shoulder against it, then my entire body. Nothing. It wasn't just locked. It wasn't budging. Not from force. Not from reason. It was held by something else. The whispers returned. Faint at first, almost teasing, curling around the edges of my mind. Then sharper, clearer, echoing in the corners of the room. My pulse surged. The words, or fragments of words, were indecipherable, broken, urgent. Leave, don't, follow. They weren't directed at me, or maybe they were. It was impossible to tell. I stepped back, tried to calm my racing thoughts, forcing myself to think. Training told me to assess, to watch, to plan. But every shadow seemed to pulse with movement. Every whisper curled around my thoughts like smoke. The flashlight beam caught glimpses of the walls, and I saw marks, scratches deeper than before, etched into the plaster in patterns I couldn't recognize. Spirals, jagged lines, almost symbols. They weren't random. I swallowed hard, backing toward the center of the room. The door slammed again, this time harder, making me jump. I spun, flashlight beam trembling, sweeping across the walls. Nothing, but I felt it, close, patient, observing. The air shifted, brushing against my skin like cold, damp fingers. I tried calling over the radio. Dispatch, Unit 12, trap need. Static, nothing, only white noise hissing, swallowing my words. My hand shook. My mind raced. The whispers grew louder, echoing around me, fragments of syllables, sounds shaped like language but not language. They seemed to seep from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and through it all I could feel it. That presence, just beyond the light, pressing against me with an awareness that was almost sentient. I moved cautiously, flashlight sweeping. The room was small, cluttered with debris and broken furniture. Nothing seemed alive, yet everything felt alive. The shadows pulled unnaturally, stretching, curling, forming shapes that my mind couldn't hold for more than a second. Every time I blinked, the shapes shifted, elongated, then vanished. And then I heard it clearly. A soft scrape behind me, slow, deliberate, moving across the floor. I spun, flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. Nothing. My pulse hammered, my body tensed, every nerve alive. Whatever it wasn't human, at least not fully. The weight of its presence pressed into my chest, into my mind. I forced myself to breathe, slow, steady, training, focus, observation. Step by step, I edged toward a corner of the room, trying to see more, try to understand, try to locate whatever or whoever was here. But the shadows shifted constantly, reacting to me, shaping themselves in ways that made no sense. Then the whispers became words, or at least close enough to words that my mind tried to interpret them. Don't leave, stay. I froze. My pulse surged. The voice or voices were layered, coming from everywhere at once, impossible to locate. The words weren't threats. They weren't demands. They were observations like the building or whatever was inhabiting it was cataloging me, studying me, aware of my every thought. I stepped backward, feeling the cold press of the walls behind me. The door slammed again, harder this time, rattling the frame, making dust and plaster fall. I stumbled, gripping the flashlight tighter. My chest heaved. I forced myself to move toward the other side of the room, away from the door, try to get some control over my surroundings. The whispers intensified, almost melodic in a way that made my stomach churn. They weren't trying to scare me outright. They were teasing, luring, drawing me in, testing my courage, probing my mind. And I realized with a sinking certainty that they were patient, far older than me, far smarter, and utterly indifferent to my fear. I pressed my back against the wall, flashlight sweeping slowly, trying to catch a glimpse of anything tangible. And I did. A shadow flickered across the far corner. Quick, deliberate, impossible to pin down. It wasn't a person. Not really. It was something that existed just outside the boundaries of what I understood. I swallowed hard. Every rational thought argued for retreat, escape, calling for backup. But I couldn't. Not while I felt that awareness pressing into me, wrapping around my thoughts, nudging them, shaping them, observing every flicker of fear. Another slam from the door made me jump violently. Dust fell from the ceiling. I pressed my hands against the walls, trying to steady myself, try and control my racing mind. But the presence, it was everywhere now, pressing in, close, patient. I could feel behind the walls, under the floor, in the shadows that clung to the corners. I whispered to myself, try to anchor my thoughts. It's a building. It's shadows. It's nothing you can't handle. But even as I said it, I knew I was lying. The air was too thick, the shadows too aware, the whispers too deliberate. Something had claimed this space, and I had wandered directly into its awareness. I edged along the walls, flashlight trembling, listening. Every whisper, every shift of air, every small creak of the building was amplified in my mind. And then I realized the door wasn't just locked. It wasn't a mechanism of wood and metal. It was held by the presence itself, patient, deliberate, making sure I understood that I wasn't going anywhere until it allowed me. I tried the handle again. Locked, solid, immovable. The whispers crescendoed. Stay, watch, wait. And then the room seemed to exhale. The air shifted, shadows deepened, and I knew something was moving just beyond the edge of the flashlight's beam. Close, watching, patient. I backed toward the center of the room, flashlight shaking, every nerve on edge. The air felt alive now, pressing against my skin, moving in ways that made no sense. The presence was all around me, inescapable, indifferent, and I realized with chilling clarity that I was utterly, completely trapped, not by wood or metal, not by walls or locks, but by something older, smarter, patient, and aware of every thought, every heartbeat, every flicker of fear. And it wasn't done with me yet. I should have stopped at the diner. I knew the rain would come down heavy tonight, thick like wet wool pressing against my skin, but I didn't. I told myself I was fine. I had a long night shift ahead, and the highway was my only route home. The road was empty, not a single car in sight, just my headlights cutting a narrow path through the darkness. The rain started slow at first, tiny, cold droplets that made the windshield glitter under the streetlights. I turned the wipers on low, listening to the soft scratch-scratch as the blade kissed the glass. The hum of the tires on wet asphalt became a rhythm I could almost lose myself in. Almost. That's when I saw them. Brake lights, a faint red glow far ahead, blinking as if someone were testing them. My stomach sank. The thing is, I had been driving this stretch of road for years. Years. And at this hour, at this weather, there should be nothing ahead. No one. Nothing. I slowed down instinctively. My hands tightened on the wheel. I squinted through the rain, trying to make sense of it. The lights were there, definitely there, but no shape accompanied them. No car, no truck, no reflection of chrome. Nothing. Just the red blinking. The pattern was uneven, like the lights themselves were shivering. I called it my eyes playing tricks. I tried to convince myself that the spray from the road, the mist, something, anything, was making the lights dance. But the closer I got, the more solid they seemed. And still, nothing else. The rain was heavier now, the kind that soaks through the coat you think will protect you. I could feel the cold through the seat, through the vibration of the car. My chest tightened, that familiar pinch of anxiety I usually brush off. Something about those lights felt wrong. I blinked, trying to clear the windshield of my mind as much as with the wipers. And then I noticed it. The lights weren't moving. They were stationary, like they were waiting. And the closer I got, the more I realized that there was a road beyond them. The asphalt ended a few feet past the glow, and the fog swallowed what lay beyond. My mind raced. Was it a broken down car? Someone in trouble? I should pull over. I should. But something, some quiet, stubborn part of me, kept me moving, kept me inching forward, staring at the glow that seemed too bright to be this lonely, too steady for the randomness of traffic. I remember thinking about my father. He used to say, "Rain brings out the things you don't see in sunlight." I hated him for saying that at the time. I thought he was just scaring me. But now, gripping the wheel, watching those brake lights hover in the mist, I understood. There were things out here that no one could explain. Things that waited. I slowed even more. My wipers thrashed against the glass, water pooling at the edges of the windshield. And then I realized something worse. The lights were moving, slowly back and forth, not following any logical path. Not like a car making a turn, but like a pulse, like a heartbeat. The hairs on my arms stood up. I told myself it was exhaustion, that the long hours in the darkness were twisting reality. But the instinct to stop, to scream, to run, something primal, had already taken root. I couldn't take my eyes off the red glow. Then, out of the fog, a figure appeared, just a shape at first. Tall, thin, almost featureless. It moved in the same rhythm as the lights, swaying slightly, though I couldn't tell if it was walking or floating. My stomach turned over. My fingers itched to press the accelerator, to leave, but I couldn't. Something was pulling me forward. I remember the sound. Not rain, not tires, but a faint whisper. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it became words, or almost words, slipping to the roar of the storm. My heart thumped so hard I could hear over the car. I told myself to stop imagining things. It was just me, alone. The lights, the road, the rain. But the figure grew closer, or maybe I was moving closer. I couldn't tell anymore. My eyes stung from the water, from the tension. And then I saw the reflection in the rear view mirror, not behind me, but in the side glass. A pair of eyes, pale, unblinking, looking straight at me. I slammed the brakes without thinking. My car fishtailed slightly, tires hissing against the wet asphalt. My heart was a drum in my chest. The figure froze. The lights blinked. The whispering stopped. The world seemed to hold its breath. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a hitchhiker. Maybe someone's prank. Maybe a hallucination. I want to call someone, anyone, but my phone had no signal, just the static of dead reception. The useless glow of a screen that couldn't save me. I inched forward again, slower this time. The figure had vanished. The red glow flickered and disappeared, swallowed by the fog. I told myself I was imagining it, that it was nothing, that soon I would reach the highway lights, reach safety, reach normal. But normal didn't feel possible anymore. Not tonight. Not after seeing that reflection. My hand shook on the wheel. My knuckles were white. I couldn't bring myself to breathe normally. Every nerve in my body screamed to leave, to forget, to pretend I hadn't seen anything. And then the lights returned. Brighter now, closer, almost pressing against the windshield. My car stalled in my throat. My body froze, trapped in the taut wire fear. No sound, no movement, just those lights, glaring, patient, knowing. I wanted to run. I wanted to turn the wheel and disappear into the night, but the road felt wrong now. Every inch I drove felt like trespassing, like I was violating some unwritten rule. My headlights caught the wet asphalt ahead, and I saw the tire tracks. Not mine, not recent. They curved, twisted unnaturally, leading off the road into the fog where the lights waited. Something in me understood. I couldn't follow those tracks. I couldn't chase the lights. I couldn't risk it. But I also couldn't stop looking. My eyes were locked on the red glow, even as it pulsed, even as the fog thickened and pressed against the car like a living thing. Time lost meaning. Minutes, hours, I couldn't tell. The rain blurred everything into a canvas of gray and red. I remember thinking that maybe I was going insane. Maybe my mind had cracked after all those nights alone on this highway. Maybe the world itself was cracking. Then, out of nowhere, a memory hit me. My mother, long gone, telling me not to follow strange lights, not to answer when the road whispered my name. I hadn't believed her. I thought she was scared. I thought she was trying to protect me with old, silly warnings. But her voice, soft and terrified, echoed in my head as I gripped the wheel like a lifeline. I forced myself to breathe. 1, 2, 3. The car was shaking, not from speed, not from rain, but from fear, my own body betraying me. I told myself I would make it past this stretch. I would reach safety. I had to. The lights flickered one last time. Then they were gone, vanished. No glow, no figure, no reflection. Just rain, just road, just the endless, oppressive night. I exhaled like I hadn't in hours. My heart was still hammering. My hands were trembling. My throat hurt from holding back screams I didn't even hear. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Nothing. Only my reflection, pale and wet, eyes wide, staring back at me. I drove the rest of the way in silence. I didn't look for the lights again. I didn't try to make sense of what I had seen. I couldn't. The road had changed in my mind, warped into something unrecognizable. Something I would never want to travel alone again. When I finally reached the familiar glow of streetlights, I felt a strange, hollow relief. But the memory of those brake lights in the rain stayed with me, embedding themselves in the corners of my mind. I couldn't shake it, and I knew I wouldn't. Even now, when it rains and the highway stretches out in front of me, I see them, the faint, impossible red glow, waiting, patient, pulsing like a heartbeat I can't escape. And sometimes, in the quiet moments when I tell myself it was just a trick of the rain, I hear it again, that whisper, barely audible over the storm, calling my name. I don't drive that highway at night anymore, but I still remember every drop of rain, every flicker of light, every impossible, frozen heartbeat of fear. I should have stopped at the diner. It was after midnight when I saw him. I'd been driving the same stretch of empty road for what felt like hours, rain still dripping from the eaves of trees, puddles reflecting my headlights like little pools of fire. The streetlights ended long ago, and the world had shrunk to the asphalt under my tires and the endless black on either side. He was standing there, thumb out, soaked through, shoulders hunched against the cold. I slowed the cruiser instinctively. Protocol, maybe, or just curiosity, or the quiet, stubborn part of me that doesn't want anyone else to suffer alone on this road. "Hey," I said, rolling the window down despite the chill. "You need a ride?" He nodded, barely. Dark hair plastered his forehead, eyes wide and darting. There was something about the way he looked at me, like he wasn't quite seeing me, like he was staring through me at something far behind. "Where you headed?" I asked, tapping the wheel with a restless hand. Rain streaked down the glass between us, making him look blurred, unreal. "Just down the road," he said, voice soft, almost swallowed by the rain. I shrugged, unlocking the door. "Hop in." He got in quickly, the wetness of him dripping into the seat. I caught a whiff of damp clothes and something else, metallic, faint, something that made my stomach turn. I tried to ignore it. We drove in silence at first. The only sound was the wipers thumping against the glass and the tires on wet asphalt. My eyes flicked to him in the passenger seat. He kept looking out the side window, hands fidgeting in his lap. His movements were small, precise, almost too careful. "You cold?" I asked, breaking the quiet. He shook his head, but the motion was so slight I almost missed it. "I'm fine." I studied him. Something wasn't right. His clothes were soaked, his shoes muddy, and yet he smelled clean, almost sterile. His eyes, I can't explain it. There was an emptiness there, like a void pressing the edges of his face, like he had been hollowed out somewhere deep inside. I tried to make conversation, small talk to ease the tension, asked if he worked late, if he was heading home from a friend's, if he was just out walking. He answered, but always in fragments. Nothing about him seemed anchored in reality. Each sentence felt rehearsed, like he had practiced saying it before I even opened the door. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The road stretched on endlessly, black and slick under the rain. And then, in the corner of my eye, I saw him. Not him, his reflection, but something was off. The mirror showed him smiling, wide and toothy, even though his face in the passenger seat stayed neutral, almost bored. I blinked. It vanished. I shook my head, trying to dismiss it. Tired eyes, long shift, overthinking. I focused on the road, on the rain streaking the windshield. I focused on the sound of the tires. We were about halfway down the road when I finally tried to ask the obvious question. "Why are you out here this late?" He looked at me then, really looked, and for a moment, I felt like I could see all the way into him, all the missing pieces, the emptiness, the quiet despair he carried. Then he looked away. "I just needed to go," he said. "Where exactly?" I pressed. I can't just drive forever." He didn't answer. He didn't even look at me, just stared at the rain sliding down the glass. I glanced at the speedometer. 55. Slow enough, cautious. I wanted to ask more, but something inside me told me not to. That instinct you feel when something isn't just wrong. It's impossible. Then he spoke again, voice softer this time, almost a whisper. You shouldn't be here. My hand tightened on the wheel. What do you mean? I asked, trying to sound calm, normal, but he didn't answer. And I felt a chill crawl up my spine, the kind that sinks into your bones and refuses to leave. I glanced at him again, and that's when I noticed it. The seatbelt, the latch had never clicked. I hadn't seen him put it on. Hey, I said, voice firmer. Seatbelt. You need to. Nothing. His hands rested in his lap. His body was still. Too still. I leaned closer, frowning. Hey, what? And just like that, he was gone. Not gone like he ducked under the dash or slid off the seat. Gone like the air had swallowed him whole. Like the space he occupied had never existed. 1 second he was there, soaked, shivering, fidgeting. The next, nothing. The passenger seat was empty. The rain hit the leather and the floor like nothing had changed. I spun in my seat, looking around, half expecting to crawl up from under the dash, to peek from behind my headrest, anything. Nothing. My breath hitched. I slammed the brakes without thinking. Tires squealed on the wet asphalt. I checked the mirrors again, scanning the sides. The rear, nothing. Not a shadow, not a footprint, not a trace of him. I fumbled for my radio, calling dispatch, my voice shaking. Unit 14, I picked up a hitchhiker. He's gone. Passenger seats empty. Static. My words echoed in the small space of the car. Nothing came back. My own voice sounded wrong. Too loud, too frantic. I tried to rationalize. Maybe he jumped out. Maybe he had some trick. Maybe I dozed off, imagined him. But no, I remembered the dampness of his clothes, the smell, the sound of the rain pattering against the glass as he sat there. That had been real. I had felt it. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I could feel my pulse in my ears, loud and unrelenting. My hands were trembling on the wheel. The road stretched ahead like a black river, and I didn't know if I should keep driving or pull over, step out, see if he was hiding in the fog. I chose to drive. Every mile was a battle with myself. Every shadow at the edge of the headlights made me jerk, convinced he had somehow reappeared, somehow moved silently, impossibly, into the path of car. I kept checking the passenger seat. Empty, silent, still, too still. I replayed the last conversation in my head. His words, you shouldn't be here. I couldn't get them out. My mind twisted them in every way possible. Was it a warning? A threat? A prophecy? Or had I imagined that too? The fog thickened as I approached the small bridge that marked the end of this stretch of road. My heart felt lodged in my throat. I forced myself to breathe, counting under my breath. 1, 2, 3, in and out, and then I noticed something on the edge of my vision. A small, wet footprint on the floor mat, the kind that only comes from a barefoot person. I froze, staring at it. It was faint, just a shadow of dirt and water, but it was there. I looked around the car. Nothing else. No sign of him. No coat, no backpack. Nothing left behind except the faintest trace of presence. And yet, I knew it had been him. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to. I pulled over at the bridge, hands shaking, trying to steady myself. I leaned back, listening. Rain hit the roof. Tires hummed on wet asphalt. And the world seemed impossibly quiet. I waited, convinced he would appear again, that I would catch a glimpse of that pale, hollow face looking at me from the shadows. But the bridge remained empty. The road stretched ahead, and the night pressed in like a living thing. I called in again, this time slower, steadier. Unit 14, passenger vanished. No trace. No answer. Just static. I sat there for a long time. Too long. Counting the seconds in the dark. Wondering if I had just been a witness to something that wasn't supposed to exist. My uniform felt heavier. My seatbelt tighter. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. To step into the rain. To look over the edge of the bridge. Eventually, I drove again. Slowly. Every nerve taut. Every shadow a potential illusion. I passed the mile markers, the signs, the empty road. Nothing moved. Nothing followed. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that somewhere just beyond the headlights, he was waiting, patient, impossible. I didn't stop at the diner that night. I went home, showered, tried to scrub the wetness from my skin, the memory from my mind. But I couldn't. I could still feel the cold, the wet press of him next to me, the emptiness of those eyes, the faint, impossible whisper of warning that lingered in the car long after he vanished. Even now, sometimes, when the night is dark and the road stretches empty ahead, I imagine seeing him there, thumb out, drenched, waiting. I imagine opening the door, offering him a ride. And I imagine that same impossible vanishing, the empty seat, the faint footprints that vanish like smoke. I can't drive that road at night anymore, but I still remember the feeling of him sitting there beside me. And sometimes, when the wind rustles just right, I swear I hear that soft, distant whisper again. You shouldn't be here. The rain didn't stop that night. It had been falling for hours, turning the city streets into mirrors. Puddles pooled in every depression of asphalt, reflecting the flickering glow of streetlights and the neon signs that buzz like distant insects. I should have stayed home. I should have ignored the call, ignored the shift, ignored the pull to drive through streets that were slick and empty. But I didn't. I was walking, coat pulled tight, collar up, but soaked through. The sound of rain drumming on the hood of my jacket was almost company at first, a steady rhythm that drowned out everything else. But then I noticed them. Shadows or reflections. I couldn't tell. At first, it was subtle. A ripple in a puddle. A shadow just beyond the edge of my sight. I bent closer, squinting, and the reflection sharpened. A man standing there, watching. Tall, thin, indistinct, but unmistakably human. My heart jumped. I stepped back. The puddle was empty. Only rain. Only asphalt. Only the dull reflection of a streetlight bouncing in the water. I laughed nervously, telling myself it was just my eyes playing tricks. Long hours. Tired. Eyes adjusting to wet asphalt and glowing neon. But even as I walked, I couldn't stop seeing them. Another puddle. Another shadow. This one was closer. I froze. The figure looked at me, head tilting slightly, as if it recognized me. I wanted to blink, to shake it off, but the reflection didn't blur, didn't vanish. And when I looked around, the street was empty. I started moving faster, my boots splashing through shallow pools, the wet slapping against my calves. My mind raced. Maybe someone was following me. Maybe it was a trick of the neon light reflecting on wet asphalt. Maybe it was nothing. I told myself it was nothing, but the puddles kept showing me the figures, always just at the edge of my vision, in places where they shouldn't be. I passed a crosswalk, and in the largest puddle there, a crowd stood waiting, people faceless, featureless, all staring at me. I froze. My chest tightened. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. I spun around. Nothing. Just the rain, the empty street, the sound of water running along the gutters. I wanted to run. I wanted to escape. But every step I took revealed more. Shadows in every puddle. Figures bending around corners I hadn't turned. People waiting behind lampposts that weren't there. Some of them were familiar. Too familiar. Faces I thought I'd buried deep. My mother when she was angry and young. My father looking tired and distant, the way he always did before leaving for work. Friend from school I hadn't thought about in years. They were all there, frozen in water, staring at me. I stumbled, nearly falling into a puddle, and my reflection stared back. Only it wasn't quite me. The eyes were darker, sunken, wider than normal. The mouth twisted in a way I didn't recognize. And then, in that distorted reflection, I saw movement behind me. Someone or something stepping closer. I whipped around. Empty street. Nothing. But when I looked back at the puddle, it was closer still. I started walking faster. My boots slapped against the asphalt. Rain running down my neck. Water dripping from the hood into my collar. Every puddle I passed reflected figures. Some walking, some running, some crouching, some just standing still. None of them moved in sync with my steps. They didn't move like real people, but they were there, always there, in every reflection, waiting, watching. I told myself it was exhaustion, that my brain was playing tricks. The long shift, the endless drive, the darkness pressing in. But it didn't explain the details. The small things. The way one figure adjusted its stance as if shifting weight. The way another raised its arms slightly when I raised mine. The way they all seemed connected by something I couldn't see. I passed a street corner and nearly vomited in the puddle. A little girl knelt, her hands pressed into the water, staring up at me. Her reflection wasn't just distorted. It wasn't reflection at all. Her eyes were bright, glowing faintly, too sharp, too knowing. I wanted to speak, to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. I wanted to move, to run, but my legs felt heavy, rooted to the wet asphalt. She smiled, not a friendly smile, a knowing smile, and then she vanished, leaving the puddle empty. My chest heaved, every nerve screaming. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing, that it wasn't real, but I knew better. I turned onto a narrower street, hoping to lose whatever was following me. I hoped to lose myself. The rain fell harder now, a relentless drum, hammering on the roofs of cars, the edges of buildings, the puddles themselves. But the shadows didn't stop. I saw one figure step out of a puddle entirely, just for a moment, legs forming from water, torso following, face blank and pale. I screamed, a raw, wet sound that almost got lost in the rain. I spun around. The street was empty, but the puddle still rippled, and when the ripple settled, the figure was gone. I don't know how far I ran after that. I don't even know if it was running. My feet moved, my heart raced, my mind trying desperately to focus on something real. Streetlights, trash cans, parked cars, anchors of reality, but the puddles betrayed me. Every time I glanced down, figures emerged, watching, waiting, sometimes mimicking my movements, sometimes moving in ways that no human body could. I remember one in particular, a man, tall, leaning slightly forward, hands pressed into his knees. He looked at me with hollow eyes that seemed to absorb the light around them. I froze. My reflection showed me staring back at him. And for a terrifying second, I realized my reflection wasn't mimicking me anymore. It was moving on its own, leaning closer, smiling in that same hollow way. I stumbled back, boots slipping in shallow water. My breathing was ragged. My mind tried to rationalize. Exhaustion, hallucination, streetlights reflecting wrong. Anything but the truth. These reflections weren't just images. They were something else. Something alive in the water. Something patient. Something waiting for me to look long enough to understand it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run home, back to the warmth of my apartment, back to the lights, back to safety. But the streets kept stretching. The puddles kept forming in the rain. The rain refused to stop. I passed a corner where the puddle reflected me clearly. For a moment, relief. My reflection was normal, just me, and then it moved. The head tilted, eyes darkening, lips curling in a way I didn't recognize. And I heard it. Not a voice, not really. Just a wet, sucking sound, like water shifting, like someone or something breathing under the surface. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my boots were soaked through, until my collar was heavy with rain and my fingers were numb. And still, every puddle I passed showed me figures. Always different, always closer, always watching. I reached the edge of the city streets. The dim glow of my apartment block just ahead. Relief. I thought I was safe. I thought the figures would stop. But even then, the puddles at the curb reflected one final image. A single figure standing just behind me. Its eyes were hollow, black as oil, and its smile was impossibly wide. I turned. Nothing. The street was empty. Only the rain, the puddles, the dull hum of neon signs. I looked back at the puddle. The figure was gone. Just water, just reflection, just a normal world. I couldn't move. I couldn't stop staring at that puddle, at the empty space where the shadow had been. And then a small ripple. Nothing else. But I knew it had been there. I knew it was watching, waiting, patient. I left the street behind, locked the door of my apartment, and peeled off my soaked coat. I tried to tell myself it was over, that it had been exhaustion, stress, rain, shadows. But I couldn't. I could still see them, dancing at the edges of my vision, flickering in puddles I passed on the way home, flickering in the ones outside my window now. I couldn't sleep. Every drip from the eaves, every plink of water in the gutter, sounded like a step. Every shadow in my apartment stretched too long, moved too fast, hinted at something waiting just beneath the surface. I don't walk in the rain anymore. I don't even look at puddles. And yet, every time it rains, I swear I see them. Shadows in the water, standing, watching, patient, waiting for me to look too long, waiting for me to see. And I know, deep down, that if I ever do, they will step out. It was one of those nights where the fog hangs low, thick and suffocating, and the rain falls in sheets so heavy it almost drowns out the sound of your own thoughts. I'd been driving for hours alone, the hum of the engine and the wipers the only company I had. The highway stretched on like a black ribbon, wet and gleaming under the dim glow of the occasional streetlight. I caught it first in the corner of my eye, a flicker in the rear-view mirror. At first, I thought it was my imagination, tired eyes playing tricks after a long shift. But then I saw it again, a car, faint headlights dimly visible behind me, following at a distance. I eased off the accelerator, watching the mirror. The light stayed. They weren't getting closer. Not yet. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe someone else was on this road. Maybe a truck taking the same route. But a small, stubborn part of me knew better. Something didn't feel right. My gut tightened. That cold knot of fear you can't shake no matter how much you rationalize. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the windshield, the rain streaking across the glass, the blur of lines painted on the wet asphalt. But every time I glanced in the mirror, those lights were there, patient, steady, unwavering. I flicked on the brights briefly. The reflection confirmed it. Someone was behind me, but when I slowed, they slowed. When I sped up, they did too. It wasn't random. It wasn't normal. I considered turning off the highway, taking a back road, anything to lose them, but the road curved narrow and slick. The fog thickened, swallowing the edges of the asphalt. My pulse hammered. My hands gripped the wheel until my knuckles ached. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe it was a coincidence. A truck following the same path. But then the mirror caught something else. Not the car, not the lights. A face, just for a moment, pale and indistinct, pressed against the glass of the rear window, eyes wide, staring, not reflected in the wet asphalt, not in the headlights behind me, only in the mirror. I blinked. The face vanished. I swerved slightly, hard in my throat. My chest felt heavy, tight, like something had pressed down on it from behind. I tried to keep my eyes on the road, but the mirror kept calling me back. The reflection whispered in a way I couldn't hear, but I felt it in the pit of my stomach. Someone or something was following, watching, waiting. I drove faster. My tires hissed on the wet pavement. I tried to tell myself I would reach a lit area soon, a gas station, a diner, anything. But the highway stretched endlessly. No signs, no other cars, just me, the fog, and the reflection that haunted the rear view. I blinked, and for a moment, the headlights disappeared. Relief hit me, brief and shallow, but then they reappeared closer, brighter, almost pressing against the mirror, and the eyes, dark, hollow, unblinking, stared back at me. I slammed on the brakes. The car skidded slightly on the wet asphalt. My heart thundered. I leaned forward, trying to see through the fog, trying to catch a glimpse of the driver. Anyone, anything. Nothing. The road behind me was empty. No headlights, no vehicle, no sound. I forced myself to breathe. In, out, in, out. Count to 10. Count to 20. Anything to calm the panic clawing at my ribs. But every time I glanced at the mirror, the lights were there again, and the eyes, watching, waiting. I considered pulling over, stepping out, seeing who or what it was, but my instinct screamed no. Something told me that the moment I opened the door, the world would tilt, the fog would swallow me, and the reflection in the mirror would step into reality. I kept driving, slowly, cautiously. Every shadow along the edge of the headlights twisted into shapes. Figures that weren't there. Every sound, wind rattling the mirrors, tires splashing through puddles, felt amplified, charged with some unspoken threat. I thought about my father then, long gone, telling me to trust instincts, to watch for things that don't make sense. I'd laughed at him when I was young, old man, seeing ghosts in the dark. But now, gripping the wheel, staring into the mirror at eyes that should not exist, I understood. I tried to talk to myself aloud. It's nothing. It's nothing. My voice sounded small, weak, swallowed by the rain. But the mirror seemed to shimmer, and for a brief moment, the reflection smiled. Not a friendly smile, a knowing, impossible smile that stretched too wide across a face that wasn't entirely human. I yanked my eyes back to the road, wipers thrashing against the windshield. My hands shook. The light stayed, patient, waiting. And then I noticed the rear view again. Not just the headlights, not just a vague shape, but the figure behind them, standing outside the car. I froze. Fog or no fog, rain or no rain, there was, pale, tall, and possibly still. It looked at me through the mirror, and somehow it fell inside me. My chest clenched, my pulse skipping. I wanted to scream. I wanted to open the door and run. But I didn't. I blinked. The figure vanished. Headlights gone. Empty road. Empty highway. I shook my head. Maybe I was losing it. Exhaustion, rain, isolation. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there, that someone had been watching me, tracking me. The mirror reflected more than just the road behind me. It reflected possibility, threat, presence. I tried to ignore it, focus on the lines painted on the asphalt, on the faint glow of streetlights far ahead. But every time I dared to glance at the mirror, it came back. Always there, closer, patient, waiting, eyes locked on me. I remembered my mother, telling me not to look behind me at night, not to let the dark follow you. Childhood superstition, I thought, but her voice echoed now, clear and urgent, as if she had whispered it from the edge of the fog. I sped up, tires skimming over water, windshield wipers thrashing, the rain blurring the edges of the road into a featureless gray. The mirror remained the same, haunting, impossible, and yet the highway behind me remained empty. No cars, no lights, no signs of life at all. I considered calling for help. Radio, phone, anyone. But nothing reached me. Static, dead signals. Alone, isolated, with a mirror that refused to reflect the world as it was. Only the eyes, always the eyes. I glimpsed them in fleeting moments. Flickers in the corner of the glass, shapes that shouldn't exist, the sense of weight pressing behind me. Even when there was nothing there, my brain tried to rationalize. Exhaustion, shadows, fog, rain. But instinct refused to listen to reason. And then, as I passed a curve, I caught a full view. The reflection wasn't just in the mirror anymore. It stretched, faint and wavering, across the wet asphalt behind me. Eyes pressed into the darkness. Pale hands resting lightly on the hood of the car that wasn't there. A presence that defied logic, shape shifting but consistent, waiting. I slammed on the brakes, tires screaming. My heart was in my throat. My vision tunneled. I wanted to turn, to run, to escape, but I couldn't. Not yet. Not until I understood. The mirror seemed to pulse. Alive. The eyes blinked slowly, deliberately. And then the impossible happened. A faint movement. A step forward, as if the reflection itself was trying to leave the glass, to step out into reality. I swerved onto the shoulder. My hands shook uncontrollably. I tried to breathe, tried to force rational thought. But the mirror kept calling me back, showing me possibilities I don't consider, shapes I didn't want to acknowledge. I forced myself to turn the engine off. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. The rain continued, soft now, dripping from the trees onto the asphalt. I glanced at the mirror one last time. Nothing. Empty road. Empty rear view. No lights, no figures, no impossible eyes. Only my own reflection, pale, soaked, wide-eyed. I didn't move for a long time. I sat there, gripping the wheel, listening to the rain, listening to my heartbeat, convincing myself it was over, that I had imagined it, that exhaustion and fog and darkness had conspired to trick me. I drove the rest of the way in silence. Every mirror in the car, every reflective surface, felt dangerous. I avoided them, forcing myself to stare straight ahead. Streetlights, signs, asphalt, anything to keep from seeing the impossible again. Even now, I can't drive without checking the rear view. Even now, when the road stretches empty behind me, I feel those eyes, patient and watching, waiting, sometimes just in the corner of my vision. In a mirror I thought I cleaned, I see them again, pale, hollow, impossibly still, waiting for me to look too long, waiting for me to understand that the road behind me is never empty. And I know if I ever turn around, the eyes will be there. Always. It came in just after midnight. The kind of hour where the world feels smaller, quieter, and somehow heavier. The station was calm, too calm, the low hum of fluorescent lights pressing against my ears. I had my headset on, fingers resting lightly on the console, eyes scanning screens that rarely flashed anything worth noticing. Then the call came through. A woman's voice, barely audible. Not words, just silence, absolute silence. I leaned forward, frowned, static at first, then the faintest hint of breathing, or maybe it was my imagination. I pressed the talk button. 911, what's your emergency? Nothing. I repeated myself. Hello? Can you hear me? Are you okay? Still nothing. No sound. Not a cough, not a shuffle, not even a sigh. Just a faint hum of electricity in my headset. I tried calling back. No answer. My stomach sank. A silent call wasn't unheard of. Sometimes people dialed accidentally. Sometimes they were too afraid or too trapped to speak. But instinct prickled at me, cold and sharp. Something wasn't right. I gathered the apartment information from the caller ID. 3rd floor, Unit 3B. I grabbed the keys, radioed my partner. Dispatch, 3B, silent call. I'm checking it out. The drive-over was quiet. The city asleep beneath sheets of rain and fog. Streetlights reflected in puddles. Cars parked along the curb like empty shells. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, expecting nothing, yet somehow fearing what I might see. The building was old, narrow, concrete walls slick with rain. I climbed the steps slowly, boots thudding against wet cement. The lobby was empty. The front doors were locked, but as I keyed in the code to the elevator, I realized the air felt heavier. Still, waiting, I reached the 3rd floor. The hallway stretched out before me, dimly lit. Every apartment door closed, except 3B. It hung slightly ajar. I felt the first genuine chill of the night. I knocked softly, announced myself. Police. Is anyone in here? Silence. I pushed the door. It creaked, hesitant. Inside, everything was normal and not normal at the same time. Furniture in place, television off, dishes in the sink. Yet there was a feeling of absence, like the apartment itself was holding its breath. I stepped inside, cautious. My flashlight swept the room. Shadows flickered against the walls, long and thin, stretching with the uneven light. I checked the living room, kitchen, hallways. Empty. Not a sound. Not a movement. The bedroom door opened slowly as I passed. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was nothing. Bed made, curtains drawn, closet shut. No sign of struggle. No note. Nothing. Just gone. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. My mind tried to rationalize. Maybe a family emergency. Maybe someone slipped out a back door. Maybe this was just a prank. But my instincts refused to buy it. Something was off. I moved carefully through the apartment, scanning corners and closets. I called out, voice low but firm. Anyone here? Please, if you can hear me, answer. Silence answered back. I checked the kitchen again. Dishes stacked neatly. A small plant by the window. Water droplets clinging to the leaves. No movement. Nothing out of place, except for the absence of life. The apartment had been lived in, but now it felt paused, frozen, emptied. Then I noticed the window, slightly open, curtains fluttering against a frame. The city light spilled in, reflecting on the polished floor. And in that reflection, I thought I saw someone standing behind me. I spun around. Empty hallway. Just the apartment, still and quiet. My chest tightened. I told myself to stay calm, to stick to procedure. Check the balcony. Check the bathroom. Check every corner. I moved methodically, each step echoing in the empty rooms. The bathroom was the same. Tiles clean. Mirror fog from someone who hadn't been there for hours. No one. I reached the bedroom again. Flashlight cutting across the walls. That's when I noticed it. The closet door slightly open, just a crack, enough of the darkness inside to feel alive. I approached, heart hammering, peered inside. Nothing. I exhaled slowly, telling myself it was probably just the air from the open window. But then I heard it, a soft click, almost imperceptible. I froze. My flashlight swept the room, flicking across walls, furniture, ceiling. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. I stepped back. The door to the bedroom was open behind me, though I was certain I had closed it. My pulse spiked. The apartment seemed to stretch, the shadows growing longer, deeper. My reflection in the mirror of the dresser flickered, as if something had passed behind me. I swung around. Empty. I radioed my partner, voice steady but low. Unit 12, I've checked the apartment. No sign of anyone. All doors open, hallways empty. Static, then a quiet acknowledgement. Copy that. Stay alert. I moved toward the living room. Something tugged at the back of my mind, a sense of being watched. I glanced toward the hallway, leading to the exit. Doors ajar, darkness pooling in corners. And in one reflection on the polished hardwood floor, I saw them, just for a moment, a figure standing silently, half-formed, featureless, staring. I spun. Empty hallway. My flashlight beam cut across the walls. Nothing. I tried to convince myself. Shadows, reflections, fatigue. Long night. Too many calls. Eyes strained, mind tired. But the instinct I couldn't shake was wrong. Something was in this apartment. Something that didn't want to be seen, but didn't want to leave either. I checked the balcony. Rain poured in, soaking the concrete, dripping into the room. The city below glittered, oblivious. Nothing there. I returned to the living room, chest tight, breath shallow. I tried calling again. If you're here, please respond. Silence. I moved toward the kitchen, and my foot hit something small. I looked down. Just a shoe, abandoned, wet from rain. One shoe. No matching pair. No footprints leading anywhere. I knelt, examining it. The sole was clean, except for a thin line of water that led back to the apartment door. I froze. I realized the doors, apartment doors, hallway doors, were all open, every single one. But the hallways were empty, silent. The building was quiet except for the distant hum of electricity. My mind raced. Someone had been here. Someone had called. Someone had left. But there was no trace. No movement, no sign, no explanation. Just silence and open doors and empty hallways. I walked back toward the main door. Every step felt heavier, the shadows stretching longer, twisting with the angles of the room. My flashlight flickered. I exhaled, trying to force calm. Then I saw it in the reflection of the glass door. A figure, standing just behind me, tall, dark, featureless. Not a human form. Not really. And when I spun, the hallway behind me was empty. My pulse raced. I knew it wasn't a trick. Something had been here. Something had called. Something had vanished. I stepped outside into the cold night air. The city was quiet, wet with rain, empty streets stretching beneath the dim glow of streetlights. I looked back at the apartment. All the doors remained open, the windows dark, the hallways silent. I radioed the station again. Unit 12, 3B is clear, no one inside. All doors open, hallways empty. Requesting advice. Static. Then the dispatch voice. Copy that. Secure the scene. Someone may have entered or left through an unknown exit. I nodded, though I wasn't sure who I was talking to. I walked the perimeter, flashlight sweeping. No signs of entry. No signs of exit. The building was sealed except for the main doors. And yet, I knew someone had been here. And I knew they weren't gone by conventional means. I left the scene that night with a sense of unease that settled deep in my chest. The rain soaked my coat, chilled my bones, but it wasn't the cold that left me shivering. It was the silence, the absolute impossible silence. The knowledge that something had been there, unseen, calling, vanishing. Even now, months later, I remember the open doors, the empty hallways, the figure in the reflections. Every time I pass a quiet building at night, every time I hear a faint hum in the darkness, I think of 3B. I think of the call that never spoke, the presence that vanished, the silence that wasn't empty at all. And I know I'll never forget it, because sometimes in the quiet hours, when the world is asleep and the rain falls against the windows, I hear it. The faint, impossible echo of a phone line, silent, waiting. The call had come in just after midnight. A routine check. Or so I thought. Empty apartment. No answer on the intercom. Doors unlocked. Hallways empty. I was used to that. I've learned long ago that quiet buildings don't always mean nothing is happening. Sometimes the quiet is worse. I stepped inside, boots echoing softly on the polished linoleum. The lobby was dim, fluorescent lights flickering faintly, buzzing like a nervous insect. The hallways stretched away in straight lines, empty, sterile. Every door closed. The silence was almost complete, except for the faint hum of the building's ventilation. I called out, "Police? Anyone here?" Nothing. I moved cautiously, checking each apartment in turn. Unit 4A, the place that flagged on dispatch, empty, just like the caller said. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom. All normal. All empty. No signs of struggle. No notes. No belongings out of place. Just absence. I had just begun to exhale when it started. Soft at first. Almost gentle. Footsteps. Above me. I froze. At first, I thought it was the building settling. Old pipes. Old floors creaking under their own weight. But then I realized the pattern. Slow. Deliberate. Heavy. Not random. Not mechanical. Not anything the building would make on its own. I stepped back, listening, heart thudding. Each step measured, methodical. Someone was walking above me, on the floor of an apartment that should be empty. I radioed my partner, voice low. Unit 12 for A. I'm hearing footsteps upstairs. Possibly the resident. Static. Then faint acknowledgement. Copy. Proceed with caution. I swallowed hard. My flashlight swept the ceiling. Up to the second floor. No windows lit. No signs of life. The hallways above mirrored the emptiness below. And yet the sound persisted. Slow. Steady. Taunting. Almost. I tried calling out. "If anyone is up there, come down. Police." Silence. Only the steps continued. I moved toward the stairwell. Each step deliberate, cautious. The sounds above mirrored my progress. As I paused, they paused. As I moved, they moved. The rhythm was unnerving, impossible. Like something or someone was aware of every step I took. I reached the landing on the second floor. The hallway stretched in both directions. Doors closed, shadows pooling beneath each one. Footsteps shifted slightly, coming from the center of the floor, from one of the apartments. I held my breath. Every instinct screamed to leave. Every part of my training told me to check methodically, stay calm. But my chest tightened. My hands shook. The building felt alive. Watching. Waiting. I tried to force rational thought. Maybe a stray animal. A maintenance worker. Anyone. But the floor above 4A was supposed to be vacant. Every resident had moved out weeks ago. I had the reports. Nothing should be here. The footsteps slowed, then stopped. Silence, heavy and suffocating. I could hear my own breathing, loud in my ears. I lifted my flashlight, checking every door, every crack. Nothing. Empty. Yet I knew I hadn't imagined it. Then it came again. The steps resumed. 1, 2, 3. Deliberate, measured, moving closer. I radioed again. Unit 12. I don't see anyone, but the footsteps are real. Upstairs. Possibly the vacant apartment. Static. No reply. I moved toward the apartment at the center of the hallway. 5B. The door was closed. I could see the faint outline of the metal frame. A shadow stretched across the floor as I shone my flashlight. The steps stopped as I reached the door. I knocked lightly. Police. Open up, please. Nothing. I tried the handle. Locked. Of course. Vacant apartments often stay locked, even when no one lives there. I radioed for backup. My pulse was hammering, each beat loud in my ears. I took a step back. That's when I noticed it. The ceiling above the landing. Shadows moving, barely perceptible, flickering with my flashlight. Footsteps resumed, this time closer. Directly above me, slower, watching. I swallowed hard, tried to steady myself, told myself it was just the building, the wind, the pipes, anything but what it felt like, the weight of deliberate movement above, of presence, of something knowing I was here. I moved slowly along the hallway, flashlight scanning the doors. The steps followed, echoing faintly in the empty floorboards. My skin prickled, my mind raced. Who or what was up there? I paused, leaning against the wall, tried to listen carefully. Each step seemed to stretch, each sound prolonged unnaturally. I could feel it watching me, calculating, as if aware of my fear. I remembered stories from other officers, vacant buildings, strange noises, shadows moving where no one should be, paranormal calls, hoaxes, old legends. I'd laughed at them before. Now, I understood why they lingered in memory. There's a fear that isn't just in the imagination. It sits on your chest. It presses against your back. It whispers in silence. I moved toward the stairwell again. Steps above followed, keeping pace. My mind tried to rationalize. Maybe someone had sneaked in. Maybe a squatter, a homeless person hiding from the rain. But instinct screamed that this was different. The sound wasn't human. Not exactly. Too deliberate. Too precise. I reached the stairwell, peering upward. The darkness swallowed the top. No light. No shadow. And yet, the steps continued. Ascending, descending, echoing faintly measured, patient. I radioed again, voice tight. Unit 12, I'm at the stairwell. Footsteps above. Possibly. No. Definitely no resident. Advise. Static. I moved up cautiously. Each step on the metal stairs creaked, announcing my presence. The steps above didn't falter. They matched my pace, then slowed when I paused. I reached the top landing. Empty hallway. Doors on either side. The same as before. Silent. Still. But the footsteps resumed, faint now, coming from inside one of the vacant apartments. 5B. I approached slowly, hand on the doorknob. My flashlight beam trembled slightly, reflecting off the scuffed floor. I whispered, voice barely audible. Police, come out. This is your chance. Nothing. The steps stopped. I waited, heart hammering, breathing shallow. Silence pressed in from all sides. Then a faint sound, a door closing somewhere behind me, not one of the apartment doors. Somewhere else. I spun. Nothing. The hallway remained empty. Footsteps resumed above, slower now, deliberate, almost mocking. I could feel the building itself pulse with presence, each beam of my flashlight revealing shadows that shouldn't be there, stretching just beyond the walls. I tried to steady myself. Rational thoughts. Building creaks. Old pipes. Empty apartments. My mind scrambled for anything logical. But deep down I knew someone was up there, watching, waiting. I moved toward the apartment. Flashlight raised. The steps stopped as I reached the door. I listened closely. Nothing. Empty space. My chest tight. Fingers trembling, I knocked again. Silence. I tried the handle. Locked. Vacant apartments. Standard. But then, I heard it. A faint scrape, like nails dragging lightly across the floor inside. Slow, measured, almost deliberate. I froze. My flashlight trembled in my hand, my pulse in my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but I stayed. Training, pride, curiosity, all of it held me in place. Another scrape. The sound shifted slightly. Closer to the door. I could feel the air thicken, press against my skin. Heavy, suffocating. Like the apartment itself had drawn a breath. I took a step back. Footsteps resumed, moving away. I spun, shining my flashlight across the hallway. Empty, dark, silent. I backed toward the stairwell. Every instinct screaming at me to leave. Head down, flashlight sweeping. The steps paused as I descended. When I reached the ground floor, they resumed faintly, echoing above, measured, deliberate, as if mocking my retreat. I radioed for backup again, my voice tighter than I intended. Unit 12 for 8 cleared. Footsteps above continued. Vacant apartments. Requesting immediate assistance. Static. I stayed near the lobby, flashlight sweeping every angle, listening. The footsteps above continued. Slow, steady, measured, relentless. No one to own them. No explanation. Hours later, when backup finally arrived, the footsteps stopped. Empty apartments, doors closed. Nothing found. Yet, even as we left the building, I could feel it. Pressing, watching, waiting. I haven't returned to that building. I don't need to. The memory stays with me. The deliberate steps, the empty floors, the patient presence that existed where no one should have been. Even now, sometimes, late at night, I hear them again, faint, echoing in my apartment, in the silence after midnight. Footsteps above, deliberate, patient, waiting. And I know, deep down, that if I ever hear them again, I will see them. The building was quiet that night. Too quiet. The kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing against your skin, watching. I had just finished checking the upper floors after hearing footsteps in the vacant apartments. I thought I was done, thought I could finally breathe. Then the elevator camera feed lit up on the monitor in the security room. I froze before the screen. At first, I didn't understand what I was seeing. The elevator was empty, or so it should have been. The door slid closed, polished metal reflecting nothing but the dim fluorescent lights above. And then I saw it. A figure, tall, dark, featureless, standing perfectly still in the corner of the cab. No movement, no expression, just presence, watching. My pulse jumped. I leaned closer to the monitor, squinting. The building's elevator cameras often pick up shadows, flickers of light, reflections of passing cars outside. But this wasn't that. This was solid, wrong. Wrong in a way that pressed against your mind like cold water, filling your chest with ice. I tapped the screen. Nothing. The figure didn't react, didn't fade, didn't move. It just waited. I felt a cold sweat prickling along my neck. My reflection in the monitor caught my eye, and that's when I noticed that my reflection in the dark screen wasn't doing exactly what I was. My head turned slightly before mine did. My eyes narrowed before I did. My hand lifted but slower, delayed, twitching unnaturally. I stumbled back from the monitor, heart hammering. My mind scrambled. Exhaustion, fatigue, light tricking me. Anything but what it was. I shook my head, trying to force rationality. The camera feed, reflections, shadows. That's all it was. Just technology playing tricks. Just my mind overworked. I told myself this over and over. But then the figure moved. Just a little. Head tilting slightly as if studying me. The kind of movement that sends a chill down your spine without even understanding why. I leaned forward again, hand trembling as I touched the screen. The reflection mimicked me. No, anticipated me. My heartbeat quickened. My breath came shallow and fast. I knew then that what I was seeing was impossible. I reached for the elevator keypad. Maybe I could call it to another floor. Maybe I could catch whoever or whatever it was. My hand hovered over the buttons, shaking, I didn't dare press. Not yet. The figure's presence seemed to thicken the air, pressing down, heavy and expectant. I finally forced my hand down. Button pressed. Elevator doors open on the next floor. The camera feed showed movement. Light, a blur in the corner, but the figure stayed. Solid, immovable, watching. My reflection jerked, twisting its head in a way I hadn't moved yet. My stomach dropped. My mind screamed. Every instinct told me to leave, to step away, to turn around and never come back. But some perverse curiosity rooted me to the spot. I tried calling the monitor's other feeds. Lobby camera, stairwell, hallway, anything. The figure wasn't there. Only in the elevator. Only on that screen. And yet, my reflection kept moving independently, twitching, gesturing, tilting, as if it had a mind of its own. I swallowed hard, trying to calm the panic rising in my chest. You're exhausted, overworked. Shadows, screams, reflections. Nothing more, just a glitch in the feed. That's all. But deep down I knew it was more. I leaned closer. The figure's outline sharpened, darker than darkness. Featureless, yet somehow aware. Every slight movement was deliberate in a way that chilled me. Its head turned toward the camera, as if it could see me. Right through the screen, right through the glass, right into my chest. I stepped back, knocking my chair against the console. My reflection twisted again, leaning forward, smiling faintly before I did. My stomach churned. My hands shook. My voice caught in my throat. I remember my father telling me as a kid, sometimes what you see isn't what's in front of you. Sometimes it's inside you. I'd laughed then, shaking my head. Now, the words crawled back into my mind like spiders. I didn't know if he'd been right, or if I just wanted to believe that. The figure in the elevator didn't move like a person. Not natural. Its limbs seemed just slightly too long, its head too tall, its posture wrong. The kind of wrong that makes your chest tighten, your throat dry, your vision narrow. I realized I hadn't blinked in minutes. My reflection had leaned closer again, mimicking, twisting. I forced my eyes away from the screen, looking at the dark hallway beyond the security room window. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, nothing watched, yet my skin crawled as though invisible hands pressed against it. I reached for the radio, tried to steady my voice. Unit 12. Elevator. Surveillance feed shows a figure. Not moving. Not human. Static. I exhaled, shaking, trying to pull myself together. Maybe I should call backup. Maybe I should leave and come back in daylight. Maybe I should do anything but stare at the monitor. But I couldn't. Some part of me was trapped, staring at the elevator, watching, waiting. The figure raised its arms slowly, just slightly, as if testing me. I froze. My reflection mirrored the movement, twitching unnaturally, anticipating. My pulse thundered. I wanted to look away, run, scream, but I couldn't. The elevator doors on the feed slid closed. My chest constricted. The figure didn't disappear. It stayed, watching, waiting. I reached for the keypad again, voice barely audible. Elevator, come to lobby. Now. The doors open on the feed. Empty. Nothing inside. I let out a shaky breath. Relief hit me like a cold wave. But then the reflection. My reflection. Leaning forward. Smiling faintly. Head tilting. Fingers twitching in a motion I hadn't made. My stomach dropped. The monitor flickered. The elevator camera jumped and the figure reappeared. Closer this time. Darker. The edges of its form seemed to bleed into the shadows of the cab. Watching. Waiting. I pressed the button on the screen. Then again. The doors open on other floors. Empty. The figure stayed. Solid. Indifferent. Patient. I remembered another story. An old case. Officers reporting reflections moving independently. Shadows appearing where none should be. Technology catching glimpses of something else. I'd scoffed at it before. Now, I understood the fear that lingered behind those reports. I leaned closer. The figure raised its head slowly. The monitor caught something I could barely register. Its eyes, black, deep, infinite. Not human. Not human at all. The kind of darkness that doesn't belong to this world. And my reflection smiled wider, mimicked my racing heartbeat. My reflection was alive. Not me, not entirely. Something else moving through me, moving with me, against me. I stumbled back, almost hitting the console. My hands trembled. My voice cracked. I couldn't call anyone. Not now. Not while staring at a screen that showed impossible things. I remember my mother telling me when I was a kid to cover mirrors at night in old houses. Sometimes you shouldn't look, she said. Sometimes what looks back isn't you. I had mocked her then. I wouldn't make that mistake again. I stepped away from the monitor, keeping it in my peripheral vision. My reflection twitched. The figure in the elevator didn't move, but somehow leaned closer, the darkness around it thickening, spreading into the corners of the screen. My mind raced. Exhaustion, fear, reflections, monitors, nothing explained this. Nothing could. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe a shadow, a trick of the camera. Anything but what it was. But deep down, my gut told me differently. I slowly turned toward the window. Outside, the city was calm. Lights glimmered in the fog. Cars passed occasionally, unaware. Normal. Safe. But I couldn't relax. Not when the monitor still showed the figure. Waiting. Patient. I grabbed my radio, voice tight. Unit 12. Elevator. Still showing figure. Independent reflection moving. Requesting immediate assistance. Static. I stepped back, trying to calm myself. Heart racing. Breath uneven. Sweat prickling my neck. The monitor flickered. The figure remained, its edges shifting slightly. Shadow bleeding into shadow. Darkness extending into the corners of the cab. I dared another glance. My reflection leaned forward again, head tilting, eyes narrowing, fingers twitching, moving before I moved. Not me, not entirely. I exhaled slowly, tried to step back, tried to tell myself it wasn't real. But I knew it was real, knew it was patient, waiting, watching. I finally left the room, pulling the door closed behind me, heart racing, breath shaky, mind spinning. Even then, the monitor flickered in my peripheral vision. The figure remained, solid, dark, patient. Even now, months later, I remember it. The shadow in the elevator, the reflection that moved independently, the feeling that the building itself had watched me and remembered. And I know when I pass a monitor late at night, when I see a dark reflection in a window or a glass door, I'll see it again, waiting, patient, watching, because shadows never truly leave. They just wait for you to notice. I answered the phone just as the clock flipped past midnight. The precinct was quiet, too quiet, and the hum of the fluorescent lights above me felt louder than usual, like it was pressing against my skull. I'd been on night shift long enough to know that this hour was a testing ground for the kind of emptiness that creeps in, clawing at the edges of your mind. And tonight, that emptiness had a voice. The line crackled, a thick static buzzed between us, curling around the edges of my eardrums. "Hello," I said, forcing my voice to sound steadier than it felt. A pause. Just static. Then a whisper, brittle and jagged, almost swallowed by the hissing white noise. "They're watching you." I froze. The words didn't make sense, but something about them dug under my skin. I leaned closer to the receiver. "Who is this?" I asked, my throat tight. Another pause. Then laughter, or something that sounded like laughter, but wrong, like it had been bent through broken glass. "You hear them too, don't you?" I swallowed hard. My hands were damp, my pulse hammering in my wrists. I glanced around the empty office. The fluorescent lights flickered for a brief second, and my stomach sank. "I don't know what you're talking about. This line is coming from..." Static. Then the voice again. Closer this time. Sharper. Closer than you think. I wanted to hang up, slam the receiver down, and convince myself it was some prank. But I couldn't. Something in the tone, the dragging, deliberate cadence, made my skin crawl. It was patient. It was watching. and it knew I could feel it. I scribbled the time on a pad, trying to anchor myself. Midnight, April the 2nd. Nothing about this felt ordinary. Look, I said, my voice quieter now. If you're trying to scare me, they aren't afraid. It cut in. The voice was low now, almost a growl beneath the static. They never are. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead to the desk. Breathe, breathe. Tell yourself it's just someone messing with you. A kid, a drunk, a twisted sense of humor. But deep down I knew this wasn't ordinary. You need to listen, the voice said. They move when you look away. A cold shiver crawled down my spine. I glanced toward the empty hallway outside my office, the walls stretching into shadow. Something about the way the dark corners pool, it felt alive. I couldn't shake the feeling that my own eyes were betraying me. My voice faltered. I don't. Static swallowed my words. Then a single, soft phrase, almost intimate in its clarity. I'm in the walls. I jolted upright. The hairs on my arms were standing, prickling like tiny alarms. The office felt suddenly smaller, the air thick and sour. My chair creaked beneath me as I shifted, trying to rationalize, trying to pin a reason to the terror curling in my gut. No, I whispered to myself. No, this isn't real. The phone buzzed again. I flinched. This time, no words, just that high, keening static that crawled under my skin and made my teeth ache. I put my ear closer, almost against my desk, listening. And then words. A single word repeated over and over, rhythmically, in that broken, jagged voice. Behind, behind, behind. My heart thundered. I looked around the office. The shadows seemed thicker now, pooling like dark ink in the corners. I could feel them pressing closer, even though I knew it was impossible. I reached for the walkie to call for backup, but my fingers froze. The static in the receiver seemed to mock me, vibrating with a pulse that matched my own racing heartbeat. They hear you thinking, the voice whispered again. They know what you see. I wanted to scream, to tear the phone from my hand, but my muscles refused to obey. Every nerve in my body was alert, coiled tight. The lights above flickered again, a stuttering rhythm that seemed to sync with my pulse. I stared at the phone, expecting it to move on its own, to leap from the desk, to reveal some twisted form hiding just beyond the edge of my vision. The thought was irrational, and yet I couldn't look away. You're not alone, the voice said softly, almost tender, but there was a razor beneath the words. They never leave. My chest tightened. Something in the air shifted, like a cold exhale brushing past my neck. I turned slowly. The office empty, the hallway silent. The fluorescent hum seemed to warp, rising and falling like a living thing. I could hear it in the static now. Not just a voice, but a faint, rhythmic tapping, like tiny nails scraping against concrete. It wasn't coming from the walls. Or maybe it was. My rational mind refused to name it. And yet, I could feel it moving closer, brushing along the edges of my awareness, always just out of sight. Look away, the voice whispered, softer now, almost coaxing. Just once. I didn't want to. I couldn't. My eyes were glued to the shadows pooling in the corners. My hands were trembling, gripping the receiver like a lifeline. The static shifted, almost as if it were breathing. Then words, slow and deliberate. They see everything. They wait in the dark. Waiting is their favorite game. I swallowed, tasting the metal tang of fear in my mouth. My head ached. I couldn't tell if the pulse I felt was mine or something else's. Something moving just beyond my perception. Ooh, what are they? I croaked. A pause. A whisper. Almost a sigh. Everything you don't see, everything you forget, they are there. My mind spun. Memories I hadn't thought about in years. The empty playground behind my childhood home. The dark attic where I swore I saw something move. The late-night footsteps I never explained flashed unbidden. Each one pulsed with that same cold dread, the same sense that something had been watching me all along. I gripped the edge of the desk. The lights above flickered again, and I thought I saw a shadow move just past the frame of the doorway. My skin crawled. My breath came fast, shallow, like I was drowning in it. They want you to see, and not see. It's all the same. I couldn't tell if the voice was inside the static or inside my head. Maybe both. Maybe the line between them didn't exist anymore. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to run. But I couldn't. My fingers, numb and trembling, refused to move. And then, silence. The kind of silence that isn't really silence. It hums under your skin. It sits in the corners of your eyes. I could feel it stretching across the office, pressing in, waiting. I lowered the receiver slowly, afraid that any sudden motion would shatter some fragile boundary between me and whatever had been speaking. The static was gone, but the sense of being watched remained heavy and insistent, like a hand resting on the back of my neck. I told myself it was over. I told myself it was a prank, a hallucination, the stress of too many night shifts. But the fear in my chest didn't care. It was real. The voice had been real. And whatever it was, it had left a mark. I sat there in the dark, counting the seconds, listening to the quiet hum of the fluorescent lights. My hands were shaking. I wanted to leave, to step out into the empty hall, to prove to myself that nothing was there, but something inside me froze. Something told me that stepping into the open would be the moment I'd meet them fully. I stayed in the chair, staring at the phone, until the first hint of dawn began to bleed through the blinds. The shadows shrank. The hum of the lights normalized, and for a moment, I thought maybe I was safe. But deep down, I knew it had only paused, and it was still waiting. I pulled up to the address just as the sun was dipping behind the trees, the sky bruised with purple and orange. The street was quiet, almost too quiet, and the kind of silence that presses against your ears made me feel exposed. The house itself was set back from the road, partially hidden behind overgrown hedges that brushed against the sides of my car as I eased in. From the outside, it looked abandoned. Paint peeled in strips, the shutters sagged, and the lawn was a tangled mess of weeds and grass that had grown wild. But something about it didn't sit right. Even from the curb, I could see a thin wisp of smoke curling from the chimney, vanishing into the darkening sky. The mailbox leaned at a crooked angle, and yet the smell of smoke, fresh wood, hung faintly in the air, like someone had lit a fire moments before I arrived. I stepped out of the car, keys clutched in my hand, and the gravel crunched under my boots. My stomach tightened. I've been on scenes like this before, vacant houses, tricked-out alarms, decayed rooms. But this was different. It felt alive, watching, waiting. The front door stood slightly ajar, not off its hinges, not broken in some obvious way, just open. I could see the darkness inside, thick and soft, swallowing the threshold like it was a mouth waiting for me. I paused, hand hovering over the doorframe, the wind whispering to the overgrown hedges. "Hello," I called softly, my voice trembling despite my attempts at steadiness. Nothing, just a faint creak of the door and the slow, irregular sighing of the house settling. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first, with polish, faintly sweet, but layered with something older, muskier, almost metallic. Dust floated in shafts of dying light from the cracked windows, motes dancing lazily like they had all the time in the world. And yet, everything looked recently used. A coffee mug sat on the counter, a thin ring of condensation marking where it had been placed. A chair was pulled back slightly from the table, as though someone had been sitting there and stood up just moments ago. I frowned, moving deeper into the living room. Footsteps, mine alone, seemed too loud, the wooden floorboards groaned under my weight, each sound echoing in the high ceiling space. My gut told me to turn around, to run back to my car, but something, curiosity, dread, some unnameable pull, kept me moving forward. The house smelled of life, of people who had just left, and yet it was empty. Windows were open, letting in the crisp evening air, but no curtains fluttered, no doors opened or closed on their own. Just stillness, and something else. I couldn't place it at first. Then it hit me, the feeling that I wasn't alone, not in a tangible human sense, but in a watching sense, like eyes were tracing my every movement, hiding just out of view, unseen but present. I went to the kitchen. The sink was full of water droplets, as if someone had washed their hands and stepped away. A towel hung neatly over the oven handle, still damp. On the counter, a newspaper lay folded in half, dated today. I flipped it open. The headlines were ordinary, mundane, yet the page beneath it, tucked carefully, showed a photograph I couldn't recognize. A family smiling in front of this very house. Their eyes empty or maybe too bright. I couldn't tell. And then I realized I'd been staring too long. My pulse quickened. A soft creak from upstairs made me flinch. Not a loud, obvious creak like someone running. Just deliberate, slow, like a foot sliding along a floorboard. I forced myself to move toward the stairs. Each step groaned beneath me, each one louder than the last, and the air seemed to thicken. My own breathing sounded too loud, ragged, echoing off the walls. The hallway upstairs was narrow, the wallpaper faded, curling at the edges. Doors lined each side, closed, silent, and uninviting. The furthest one at the end was cracked slightly, just enough for a sliver of shadow to escape. I approached it slowly, every nerve on fire. "Hello?" I called again, quieter this time, afraid of what I might provoke. No answer, only the soft sighing of the house, the creak of old timber, and that strange sense of being observed. I pushed the door open. The room was empty. Nothing moved, and yet everything seemed placed with care. A bed made neatly, sheets tucked tight, a single book lying face up on the pillow. I stepped closer. The title was smudged, water-stained. I traced the letters with my finger. They seemed to shift beneath my touch. A trick of the light. My imagination. I turned, expecting to see someone standing in the doorway behind me. But there was no one, just shadows, and a feeling that I had stepped into a space where the rules didn't belong to the world outside. The window caught my eye. Through the glass, the garden stretched into darkness, the shapes of bushes and trees like dark sentinels. And for a heartbeat, I thought I saw a figure move behind one of the hedges. But when I blinked, nothing remained. I swallowed hard and tried to steady my racing thoughts. Houses are silent. Shadows move with the light. I told myself all of it. But the house didn't belong to me. It belonged to something else. Something patient. Watching. Waiting. A soft sound from below made me freeze again. The faintest tap, like fingertips brushing against a table. I held my breath, straining to hear, and then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. Irregular, like someone testing the air. I crept to the door and peeked down the stairs. The living room looked empty, and yet the coffee mug I had noticed before, it wasn't where I'd left it. It had moved an inch, maybe two. I blinked. The house felt alive, breathing around me, shifting when I wasn't looking directly. I took a cautious step down. My boots whispered against the wooden floor. Each sound seemed magnified. The tap came again, this time from the hallway near the back door. I turned toward it, every muscle taut, and then it stopped. Silence. Complete, suffocating silence. My ears rang. My skin itched. The hair on my arms stood in a rigid line. I want to call out, to demand someone, or whatever, show itself. But my voice caught. Fear had tied it in knots inside me. I moved to the hallway, peering into the rooms, each one empty. The back door was closed, the latch secure, but a faint draft drifted under it. Cold, not just ordinary cold, a chill that seemed to reach into your chest and settle over your heart. I touched the doorknob. It was warm, as if someone had just held it. A sudden noise made me jump. A creak from the floor above, or maybe behind me. I spun, but the hall was empty. My own shadow stretched long, distorted by the fading light from the windows. And yet, something didn't belong. A corner of the living room seemed darker, the edges too soft, almost liquid. I couldn't see it clearly, but I felt it. That same watching sensation, pressing, patient. I walked toward the living room, careful, deliberate, every step a negotiation with the tension coiling inside me. The room felt different, not just the way it had felt when I first entered. Heavier, waiting, like the house had folded in on itself while I wasn't looking, changing subtly, deliberately, to toy with me. On the coffee table, something new had appeared, a photograph, not the one I'd seen upstairs, but one I didn't recognize. It showed the living room I was in, taken from the hallway. My own boots were visible at the bottom edge, blurry, and standing just behind me in the frame was a shadow, indistinct, just a shape, but unmistakably there. I spun around. Nothing. My pulse thundered. My hand shook. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But the car, the street, the world outside, it all felt distant. The house had swallowed it. Everything outside felt like a memory, irrelevant. And inside, there was only me and the sense of being studied, cataloged, measured. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the photograph. The shadow, it moved slightly, or maybe I imagined it. My chest ached with fear and disbelief. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks, panic bending reality. But deep down I knew the house was aware. I could feel it in the air, in the weight pressing against my shoulders, and the floorboards whispering beneath my feet. And then I heard it, a soft, slow sigh, like breath escaping from a hidden corner. Not loud, not obvious, just enough to make my blood run cold. The house waits. I stumbled toward the stairs, every instinct screaming at me to get out. The hall stretched before me, longer than it should have, the shadows deepening, thickening, clinging to my legs. I felt hands brushing past me, not real hands, but presence, watching, brushing, waiting. I reached the front door. My fingers trembled on the handle. Outside, the wind had picked up, rustling through the overgrown hedges. The evening sky was nearly gone, leaving the world gray and indistinct. I pulled the door open. The air outside never felt so alive, so immediate. The street, the trees, the darkened houses, all real, solid, safe. And yet, when I looked back at the house, I felt it watching, waiting, patient, knowing I had seen something, and that it knew I would come back. I got into my car, hands still shaking. I started the engine, glanced back once more. The windows reflected the dark sky, but the shadows inside seemed too dense, too intentional. The house had a shape in the gloom, waiting, always waiting. And somewhere deep in the quiet, I could feel it smiling, or pretending to. And I knew I would never forget it. I didn't want to go back inside, but the address haunted me. Even from the car, the house seemed to shift under the fading light, as if it were breathing. The hedges were taller, darker, more deliberate in their angles. The windows glinted, reflecting the sky, and yet they seemed too solid, like eyes staring at me, judging. I told myself it was my imagination. My mind still rattled from the first visit. But deep down, I knew it wasn't imagination. I stepped out of the car. Gravel crunched under my boots, each step echoing unnaturally, longer than it should. The air smelled of damp wood, smoke, and something else. Something faintly metallic like iron or blood. My pulse tightened. I didn't want to feel this fear again, but it seeped into me anyway, crawling along my spine. The front door was open again. Not ajar, not forced, just open. And the darkness inside seemed thicker than before, more opaque, as though it were waiting for me to notice it. I swallowed and stepped forward. The house greeted me with silence. Not ordinary silence, but the kind that presses against your eardrums, makes your own thoughts echo too loudly. I could feel it moving around me, shifting, subtle but intentional. The hall stretched out, longer than I remembered, shadows pooling in corners, like ink slowly spreading. And then I heard it, a soft whisper. My name! I froze. The words were faint, barely audible, carried on the thick air of the house. My own name. Officer. The whisper came again, clearer this time, curling around my ears, insistent. I'm here. I backed up slightly, heart pounding. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but the walls, the air, the very floor beneath me seemed to hum, tethering me, keeping me in place. I stepped deeper, moving cautiously. The living room was familiar but wrong. The furniture was in place, yes, but slightly off, angled just enough to unsettle me. A chair that had been pulled back before was now closer to the table, almost inviting. A book I hadn't noticed before lay open, pages fluttering though no wind stirred. The shadows twisted differently here. bending around the corners of walls, forming shapes that didn't belong. And then it happened, the first real shift. I turned toward the hallway, leading to the stairs. It wasn't there, or it was, but not where it had been. The wall had stretched, elongated, creating a narrow, twisting passage where once there had been a simple hallway. My stomach sank. The house was changing. It was alive, and it was aware of me. I tried the front door. Locked. No, worse. Not just locked. Gone. The wall had replaced it. I pressed my hands against the solid wood and felt nothing. No handle, no frame, just unbroken surface. My pulse spiked. Panic clawed at my chest. I tried to step backward, and the room seemed to shrink, edges tightening around me like a trap. A whisper again. Soft. Close. Right beside my ear. Don't leave. I spun. No one. Nothing. Just the shadows. Dark and moving, not quite solid. I could feel them brushing the edges of my awareness, teasing, testing. My throat went dry. I moved toward the new hallway. My boots echoed too loudly, and I imagined they were listening. Every step felt deliberate, watched. The air thickened with the smell of wood, damp earth, and that faint metallic tang again. My skin itched. My ears rang. A door appeared where there had been none before. Small, narrow, almost hidden in the wall. I hesitated, knowing with certainty that the house was inviting me to open it, to step inside, to follow some unseen command. I opened it. Darkness. Complete. My hand reached forward blindly. The air was colder than outside, biting my fingers, and then a voice, low and deliberate, murmured again my name, full of patience and malice. I know you. I stumbled back, tripping over the threshold. My heart thundered. I wanted to leave, but the house had other plans. Every exit I tried seemed to vanish, replaced by solid walls, by darkness. It was a maze, a trap that reshaped itself with each step I took. I could feel it learning my rhythm, predicting my panic. I ran, toward what I thought was a front door, toward a window, anything, but every turn revealed nothing but walls, walls that were breathing, pulsing with a rhythm I felt in my chest. I could hear faint whispers, indistinct at first, then forming words just out of clarity, repeating over and over, "Stay, stay, stay." I stumbled into a room I didn't remember. A bed, neatly made, a single chair pushed under a desk. But the shadows in the corners were thick, unnerving. Shapes pressed against the walls. I could feel their presence, watching, waiting. I wanted to look away. I wanted to run, but my eyes stayed fixed. The whisper came again, insistent. "Why do you run? You belong here." My breath caught. My pulse rattled through me. Memories surfaced unbidden. The dark hallway of my childhood home. The nights I swore someone stood in my doorway. The late-night footsteps I could never explain. And now here, the house was speaking the same language, coaxing, teasing, tying me to the same fear I had tried to forget. I backed into the corner of the room. The walls seemed closer now, pressing in. I could hear the whispers everywhere, not just near me, but behind, above, beneath. My name repeated, soft, patient, like it had always been waiting. I moved again. Tried a door. The handle twisted, turned, and the wall swallowed it before I could enter. I was trapped in a shifting cage, the very architecture conspiring against me. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, forming words that clawed at my sanity. "Turn around, don't leave, stay." I tried to shout, but the sound caught in my throat. The air was too thick. The walls themselves seemed to vibrate, pulse, communicating something older than fear, older than memory. I could feel them watching, sensing, waiting for a crack, a falter, a breath of weakness. I pressed my hands against one wall. It felt warm, pulsing like skin. I jerked back. My mind screamed that this was impossible, that walls don't breathe, don't shift. But this house, this thing, ignored the rules of the world. It existed on its own terms. I remembered the stairs, but when I turned toward what it should have been, nothing but blank wall met my eyes. Every landmark I thought I knew had been erased, moved, unfolded, I was inside a house that didn't exist as a house anymore. It was a living puzzle, and I was the piece it toyed with. The whispers grew, a chorus now, overlapping, repeating, circling. They filled my head, murmuring my name, speaking in fragments that twisted meaning into dread. You're mine, you see, you here. I pressed my palms to my ears. It didn't stop. The walls weren't just whispering. They were bleeding sound, scraping against my mind, threading my thoughts with fear. I thought I saw shapes in the corners, long and thin, stretching toward me, dissolving when I blinked. I backed into a corner, knees shaking, sweat prickling my skin. The floor beneath me seemed to tilt, slow and deliberate, and I almost lost my balance. The whispers didn't stop. They grew sharper, faster, almost tasted my panic. And then silence, a heavy, suffocating silence that left me trembling. I dared to glance around. The room was still. The shadows receded slightly, the walls solid again. But I could still feel them, hidden, waiting just beyond perception. The house hadn't released me. It had only paused. I pressed my back to the wall, trying to calm my shaking hands. I counted my breaths. 1, 2, 3, but each inhale seemed to pull the tension back into my chest, coil it tighter. I needed to move, to find a way out, to prove the house couldn't trap me. I forced myself up. Each step toward a door was deliberate, careful, wary of whatever might spring from the walls. But the doors, they changed. The one I approached became a wall. Another led me back to the same corner I had started from, as though the house was rewriting itself around me. The whispers began again, softer now, coaxing, teasing. Stay, don't go. I'm here. I swallowed, the metallic taste of fear sharp on my tongue. Every memory, every shadow, every echo of my own childhood terrors pressed into me, blending with the present, merging into one relentless fear. The house was more than walls and floors. It was a memory, a presence, a patient predator that knew me, knew my weaknesses, and had waited. I stumbled toward a window. The glass was fogged, but beyond it, the world was real. Trees, street, sky. Freedom. Safety. I yanked at the window. Locked. And when I turned, the room had changed again. The corners were darker, sharper, the shadows thickened. I was back at the first corner, the whispers circling me. I sank to the floor, head in my hands, trying to calm the storm inside me. I could feel them in the walls, in the shadows, in the very air around me. The house had become a labyrinth, a cage, and I was its only prisoner. And the whispers, they weren't just sounds anymore. They were promises. They were knowledge. They were patience incarnate. You can't leave, not yet, not ever. I closed my eyes, hoping it would stop, hoping the world outside would bleed in, hoping that rationality could anchor me. But I knew, deep down, I knew the house had marked me, and the walls would whisper my name long after I left, shaping the air, bending reality, waiting. I don't know how long I stayed there, crouched on the floor, heart racing, listening to the patient, pressing silence. Minutes? Hours? Time bent in that place. And when I finally found the courage to rise, to push forward blindly, I realized that the house had already anticipated me, already rewritten the corridors, already folded the space around my mind. I am still not sure if I escaped. I know I left, physically. I drove away, breathless, shaking, and the streetlight seemed solid and ordinary. The trees swayed in the wind as they should. The air smelled of asphalt and night. And yet, when I closed my eyes, I could feel the walls pressing again, whisper my name, reminding me that it was waiting. Waiting for me. Always waiting. It started as a routine noise complaint. Late evening. The kind of call you answer on autopilot, expecting a barking dog, a few yelling neighbors, maybe a couple of cars left running too long in the driveway. I thought I knew what to expect. I thought I'd seen enough to predict the mundane. But the road at night had other plans. The street was narrow, winding, bordered by dense trees that clawed at the edges of my headlights. The map on my cruiser GPS blinked ahead, showing nothing but a thin, twisting line. I drove slowly, eyes scanning, ears straining for anything. voices, engines, movement. There was nothing. The usual background noise of insects, distant traffic, even the whisper of wind in the trees. It was gone. The silence was thick, pressing against the car like it had weight. I rolled down the window. Nothing. Not a rustle, not a sigh of air, not even a single bird calling its last song before night fully fell. My breath fogged in the cool air. I shivered. My instincts whispered that something was wrong, but I kept driving. The houses began to thin, the spaces between them stretching, leaving only shadowed yards and unkempt fields. Every so often, a porch light flickered weak and fleeting, then went out. I slowed at one of them. Empty. No one. Just an open doorway and the faint smell of smoke drifting from a chimney. A dog barked somewhere distant, then stopped mid-woof. Silence returned like it had never left. I shook my head, gripping the wheel tighter. A routine call, I reminded myself. Noise complaint. Check the house. Move on. Nothing strange. The road curved sharply. I followed, headlights cutting to the darkness, illuminating trees that bent in unnatural angles, branches arching over like skeletal fingers. My tires crunched over gravel patches, and the sound startled me in the overwhelming quiet. I noticed then that even the car's engine sounded muted, as if the world around me had absorbed its noise. Then I saw movement. A shadow flitted across the road, just at the edge of my headlights. Quick, I braked instinctively. My pulse jumped. The shadow vanished before I could pinpoint its source. A person? An animal? I told myself it didn't matter. I had to keep moving. Another curve. Another shadow. Closer this time. But again, nothing concrete. My heart hammered. The air felt colder now. Each breath biting, lingering. I considered turning back, but the road had already twisted too far, leading me away from safety, deeper into something I couldn't name. I passed a gate, half open, creaking gently in the windless night. No houses, no lights, just a field stretching into black. My headlights glinted off something metallic, low to the ground. I slowed. A signpost leaned at a weird angle. The letters partially peeled away. I squinted. Private property. It read. The rest was illegible. I shouldn't have stopped. My gut screamed it, but curiosity, dread, or some perverse instinct kept me pressing. The silence was the worst part. Every sound I made, boots scraping against pedals, my fingers tapping the wheel, echoed too loudly in my own ears. It felt like the road itself was listening, watching, waiting. Another bend, tighter than the others, and I realized the trees were different here. They leaned inward, black trunks blotting out the sky. The road narrowed. My headlights barely reached the edges. A fog rolled in. Thin at first, almost insubstantial, but it thickened quickly, curling around the car like smoke, swirling and slow. I could barely see. I slowed to almost nothing. The fog swallowed the road behind me. I caught glimpses of shadows moving, but every time I blinked, they were gone. And then I heard it. A sound faint at first, like distant gravel shifting under a weight. Footsteps? But the crunch was too slow, deliberate, echoing in the fog. I strained, holding my breath. Then a whisper, not human words, just air, almost carried on the sound of my own racing pulse. But it felt like a voice, deliberate, teasing. I gripped the wheel tighter. My fingers whitened. My pulse thudded so loud I could feel it in my chest, my ears. The road stretched impossibly. Every turn led to another, each curve longer than the last. I checked the GPS. The line wavered, twisting, doubling back, but the distance between me and the point of the call didn't shorten. It felt endless. A branch scraped along the car, slow, deliberate, as if reaching. I jumped. The sound echoed. And for the first time, I noticed a pattern in the silence. There were no insects, no birds, no wind, nothing that should exist in the night. Even the engine's hum felt muted. Another shadow passed, this time closer, almost grazing the side of the car. My head snapped toward it. Empty. Nothing. Only the trees, twisting impossibly toward me. Black shapes that shouldn't bend that way. I pressed on. The GPS flickered. The red line marking the call's address pulsed, then shifted. moving further away as I drove. I slammed my hands on the wheel. Something wasn't right. Something was rewriting the path as I moved. The fog thickened. My headlights barely penetrated it. I caught glimpses of shapes, tall, thin, unnatural silhouettes. They weren't walking. They were floating, gliding over the ground. Every time I blinked, they disappeared, only to return at the edges of my vision. My chest tightened. My mind raced. Was this exhaustion? Sleep deprivation? Night shift paranoia? I tried to reason it. Noise complaint. Check the house. Move on. Ordinary. Nothing more. But my instinct screamed otherwise. Another curve. Another shadow. Closer. And now I heard something beneath it. A whisper. Clearer this time. Words formed from the fog and the silence. My name. Full, deliberate. I froze. My breath caught. I told myself I was imagining it. I told myself I was alone. But the sound lingered, echoing off invisible walls, brushing against my mind. I pressed the accelerator, desperate to escape. The road, however, seemed to stretch. Every motion forward brought new curves, deeper shadows, thicker fog. My headlights flickered. A low hum rose in the distance, almost melodic, dragging against the edges of my hearing. I realized I hadn't seen a single house yet. Not one, not even the one tied to the call. Only trees, fog, shadows, and the feeling of being followed. The weight of eyes pressing from the darkness. I tried the radio. Static, weak signals, nothing human. My hand shook as I twisted the dials, hoping for a voice, a connection, anything. But only crackle answered. A whisper seemed to emerge from it, faint but deliberate. Stay, don't leave. I yanked the dial back, almost dropping it. My pulse raced, my skin crawling. I told myself it was interference. Noise, not real, but the words hung in the air, pressing against me. Another shadow passed. This one was unmistakable, taller than any human, elongated, its limbs bent in impossible angles. I blinked. Gone. My stomach knotted. My hands gripped the wheel until my knuckles hurt. The road twisted again. I realized I had no idea which way was the call's address. The fog had erased landmarks. Trees, curves, shadows, they all blended together. And yet, every bend brought the same feeling, that I was being led, guided, watched. I stopped the car briefly, breathing heavily. The silence was crushing. Even my heartbeat sounded loud, irregular. I dared glance behind me. Nothing. Empty road. Fog curling into the distance. But the feeling remained. Someone or something was there, watching, waiting. I shook my head. Rational thought. Noise complaint. Check the house. Move on. Simple. Routine. But the road wasn't simple. And it wasn't routine. I started driving again, slowly, cautiously, eyes scanning, ears straining. The fog swirled, forming shapes that vanished when I looked directly at them. Shadows stretched impossibly across the road. I could feel their presence, patient, deliberate, marking me. And then a sound that froze my blood. Footsteps, slow, deliberate on the gravel behind me. Not far, not near. Following. I floored the accelerator. The car roared. Gravel sprayed under the tires. The fog thickened. Shadows twisted. I dared a glance in the rearview mirror. Empty, and yet I could feel it. Watching. Close. Almost smiling. Every turn I took, every curve I drove, brought me deeper into the twisting road, deeper into the silence, deeper into the unknown. I couldn't see the houses. I couldn't see the end. And with each moment, I knew I wasn't alone. The night stretched infinitely. The road had no end. Only me, the shadows, and the unnerving, unnatural silence. Every sound I made echoed too loudly, every breath too sharp. And in the edges of my vision, I saw them. Shapes waiting, patient, always patient. I drove on, knowing I would never see that street the same way again. Knowing the silence had marked me, and knowing that the lonely road had not yet finished with me. I had thought the road from last night would feel familiar, safe even under the daylight. But as I drove back, I realized nothing about it was normal. The trees leaned closer, casting shadows that seemed heavier than they should. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and smoke, the kind that lingers long after a fire dies. I tried to shake it off. Noise complaint. Routine call. That was all it was. But I couldn't. Not anymore. The houses began to appear, thinly spaced, each one different yet somehow the same. The oddity started almost immediately. The windows glowed. Not from light inside, there was none, but from some impossible internal radiance, a soft amber hue that pulsed faintly like breathing. The sun had set, yet even with my headlights cutting to the dusk, the glow stood out as unnatural, deliberate, alive. I slowed the car instinctively. My eyes darted to each house in turn. Empty lawns, doors closed. No movement, no sounds. And yet the windows glowed, flickering faintly in a rhythm I couldn't place, almost as if they were trying to communicate. I told myself it was some trick of the fading light, reflection, or maybe an electrical fault. Rational thought, but my gut, the part of me trained to sense danger, screamed otherwise. The first house passed, the glow pulsing steadily, warm and almost inviting. I blinked. My headlight swept past it, and the glow dimmed slightly, only to brighten again as if noticing me. My pulse quickened. I had seen odd things before, shadows at the edge of perception, lights where there should be none, but nothing like this, nothing deliberate. Another house, same glow, same pulse, same emptiness. No curtains moved, no doors opened, nothing stirred, and yet the windows felt aware, observing, almost expectant. I slowed to a crawl. My fingers tightened around the wheel. Each house seemed to be waiting for me, the glow accentuating the hollowness behind the glass. I could feel it pressing in, a sense of presence that wasn't human, that wasn't alive in any ordinary sense. The air had grown colder. My breath came faster, fogging inside the car. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe neighbors left lights on timers. Maybe it was a trick of perspective, my eyes playing games in the dim. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. This was intentional. A soft hum began to fill the air, almost imperceptible at first, like electricity vibrating through the soil. I turned the radio on. Static, weak signals. The hum didn't match the frequency of the car. It came from somewhere else. Closer, pressing in. I noticed the pattern then. The glow seemed to shift, flicker in sequence, as though we're moving along the row of houses in a deliberate wave. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and the effect continued. A heartbeat rhythm, slow, patient, almost communicating. And I realized with a chill that I was the only observer. Each pulse of light seemed tied to my attention, my movement, my presence. I stopped the car entirely. My pulse throbbed painfully. I wanted to turn around, but I felt rooted to the spot, compelled. The windows pulsed again. This time, I could swear the glow focused, brighter toward me, almost aware of my gaze. I forced myself to take a step out of the car. Gravel crunched under my boots. The hum rose slightly, vibrating through the soles of my feet. I raised my hand, almost instinctively, and the windows dimmed in response. Dimmed, then pulsed once, sharply, like a warning. My breath caught. I took another step. The glow brightened again. I swallowed. This was no ordinary road, no ordinary neighborhood. I could feel the houses, the glow, even the air, shifting subtly to accommodate me, to respond to me, watching me. I walked along the first house. The lawn was unkempt, weeds curling around cracked garden stones. I glanced up at the windows. The glow was soft but steady, as if something inside was breathing, alive in a way that shouldn't exist. I leaned closer, tried to peer inside. Blackness, no furniture, no walls, just a hollow void. And yet the amber light glowed as if something unseen sat just behind the glass. I stepped back, my pulse raced. I tried to reason, to tell myself it was reflection, trickery of dusk and fog and fading sunlight. But I could feel it watching, waiting, a weight in my chest, low and insistent. Something aware, something deliberate. Another house, same glow, Same emptiness. My footfalls felt loud on the gravel, and the houses seemed to respond, pulsing gently in sequence, almost rhythmic. The pattern became clearer. I realized the windows weren't just glowing. They were communicating. Subtle, patient, impossible. I couldn't understand it. And that made it worse. A soft whisper brushed my ears. Not a word, just a sound. Air moving through the night, almost musical and yet carrying intent. I froze. My heartbeat thumped painfully in my chest. The whisper repeated, closer this time, curling along the edges of my perception. A rhythm, almost calling my name. I looked around. No one. Nothing. Only the glowing windows, silent. Empty, and yet I could feel them pressing, testing, drawing me in. I wanted to step back into the car, to leave. I wanted rationality to save me. But my legs felt heavy, tethered, compelled to move. The glow pulsed again, this time sharper, almost urgent. I moved along the gravel path. Each house seemed closer than before. The window's light brightened in sequence as I approached. A wave of heat, or maybe pressure, brushed my skin. I couldn't tell. My pulse raced. My thoughts scattered. I tried to call it in. Radio. Static. My voice on the line sounded hollow, distant, as if swallowed by the night itself. No response. Only the soft hum, the rhythmic pulse of the amber light. I stopped near a house set slightly apart. The lawn was shadowed. The driveway cracked. I stared at the windows. The glow pulsed steadily. A face? I thought I saw a shape shift inside the light. Subtle, almost human, fleeting and gone when I blinked. I swallowed hard. My chest tightened. Fear pressed against my ribs. I tried to convince myself. Exhaustion, imagination, stress. But my instincts, every nerve in me, screamed otherwise. I stepped closer. The gravel crunched beneath my boots. The hum rose, nearly audible now, a vibration that tickled my teeth. The glow shifted again, brighter toward me, almost reactive. And then it dimmed, pulsing slowly in a heartbeat rhythm. Slow, patient, waiting. I stepped back. My fingers trembled. I looked along the row. Every house, every glowing window, aligned as if choreographed. The rhythm was intentional, the sequence deliberate, and I was the only observer, the only participant. I tried to move away, back toward the car. The glow dimmed slightly, then pulsed sharply as if warning me not to leave. The feeling of being watched, studied, pressed in, heavy and deliberate. A soft rustle from a nearby tree made me flinch. Nothing visible, no wind, no creature. The sound repeated, subtle, deliberate. The windows pulsed again, brighter, sharper, almost impatient. I realized with a jolt that the houses were responding to me, to my movements, to my fear. I forced myself to look away, back toward the road. The path seemed longer now, narrower. Trees bent inward, their branches clawing. Shadows pooled in waves that defied the light. The road, the houses, the windows, they weren't static. They shifted subtly with each blink, each step, each heartbeat. A whisper again. Not my name this time, just sound, deliberate, teasing. Air moving, impossible, curling around me, brushing against my mind. I felt my stomach knot. The hum of the houses, the pulsing glow, the shifting road. It all pressed against me, drawing me in, binding me in place. I wanted to run. I tried to move toward the car. Gravel shifted under my boots. The windows pulsed sharply. The glow followed me, brighter, insistent. I stumbled, tripped, my hands brushing the earth, trying to steady myself. The pulse slowed, almost patient, waiting, daring me to continue. I looked back at the row, the houses, the glowing windows, empty and impossible, seemed to lean forward slightly, shadows stretching, pressing. The light pulsed again. My pulse matched it, faster, slower, irregular. The rhythm of the glow, the hum, the whispers, it all merged into one sensation that pressed against my mind, a weight I couldn't shake. I reached the car, keys in hand. But as I glanced back at the houses, I realized something terrifying. The windows were not just glowing. They were aware, waiting, watching. Every pulse of light, every flicker, responded to me, tested me, recorded me. I started the engine, trying to convince myself the road ahead was normal, safe, routine. But as I drove past the houses, their glow followed. Not reflections, not shadows, direct, deliberate pulsing. The hum lingered in my ears, a constant vibration. Every house, every window marked me. By the time I reached the main road, the normal world returned slowly. Streetlights, passing cars, distant voices. The glow faded, the hum diminished, but the memory of it, the weight of it, pressed on me. The pulse of the windows, the whispers, the patient awareness. They had not released me, and I knew I would never forget it. The houses along that road would wait, always watching, glowing, patient. I was alone in the cruiser, headlights cutting a path through the darkness, tires humming against the asphalt. The road stretched on, empty, endless, lined by trees that leaned inward like silent sentinels. I flicked the radio, hoping to catch something. Any noise beside my own breathing, besides a tire scraping over the worn asphalt. Static, endless, crackling static. Nothing unusual at first, just interference from the hills, the long distance from the nearest station. But then I heard it, a whisper buried in the white noise. Low, deliberate, almost like someone speaking from far away. I tensed. Officer, my pulse jumped. I spun the dial, flipping between channels. More static, and more voices. Not words from a radio, not broadcasts, just fragments, echoes, my own thoughts. I'm tired. I froze. That wasn't a voice in the radio. That was me, the thought I had been turning over all night. Private, silent, unspoken aloud. And yet it came through the static, distorted, as though someone or something had plucked it from my mind and sent it back to me. I twisted the dial again. Nothing. Static. The whispering returned, overlapping, faster now, garbled, indecipherable, yet intimate. Each burst of sound seemed to match my heartbeat, a strange rhythm in time with my panic. Why are you here alone? I swallowed hard. I wasn't alone. Not really. Something was in the car with me, or outside it, or inside my head. I reached for the microphone, fingers trembling. Dispatch, do you read me? My own voice sounded small, distant, swallowed by the hum. Static, and laughter. Not human laughter, not real, but layered, warped, impossibly close. My blood ran cold. My pulse thudded painfully. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white. The whispering continued, slower now, deliberate. Every word mirrored my thoughts, my memories. Names I hadn't said aloud, places I hadn't shared, things I tried to bury. They all came back at me through the radio, distorted, fractured, yet unmistakable. I remember I spun the dial wildly, desperate to find clarity, but every station, every channel only returned static, only returned me to my own thoughts, replayed like some cruel recording. The closer I listened, the more my own voice seemed to respond, speaking for me, with me, against me. I know what you're thinking. I slammed my hand against the console. My ears rang, my vision blurred, my breathing came in shallow gasps. This wasn't interference. This wasn't equipment failure. This was deliberate, conscious, patient, and it was inside my head. A familiar phrase, one I thought I'd buried in years of work, came through the static, clear, crisp, my own words, spoken aloud by some impossibility. You can't run. I yanked the radio off. Static flared, then silence. My ears rang. Relief, fleeting, rushed through me. But it didn't last. A whisper from the passenger seat. Soft, cold, teasing. Still here? I turned, empty seat. The car's interior was unchanged. Everything ordinary. And yet, I could feel the pressure. Something watching, waiting, probing the edges of my perception. The static had vanished from the radio, but it hadn't vanished from the room. I reached for the radio again, hands shaking. A desperate hope that this was all technical, rational, fixable. I flipped the dial. Static. Then louder, clearer, overlapping voices. Not just mine now. Others. Snippets of memory I didn't recognize. Conversations I hadn't had. Pleas I hadn't made. And each one threaded with my thoughts, my fears, my doubts. Why do you always drive alone? The words were mine. And not mine. I couldn't tell which. My mind screamed in panic. The road outside, the headlights blurred. Trees leaned inward. Shadows pooled unnaturally. And yet I sat, trapped by the sound, trapped by the voices speaking through me. Another phrase, fragmented, repeated, warping. You hear me? I'm inside. I slammed the fist against the dash. The radio screeched, warping the static, shrieking, almost alive. The sound crawled through the car, wrapping around me, pressing against my skull. My heart slammed against my ribs. I wanted to leave. I wanted to drive until the world returned to normal. But the road stretched endlessly, blank and dark, absorbing my headlights, my sound, my presence. The static began to take shape, forming words I hadn't even thought yet, shaping my own fear into language. I recognized it. Phrases I had never spoken, regrets I had buried, moments I tried to forget, all of them twisted, sent back to the radio in jagged bursts, garbled yet unmistakable. Do you remember? My hands shook. My knuckles bled from gripping the wheel. I tried to shut it off. Nothing. The radio was no longer a device. It had become a medium, a conduit. My own consciousness reflected, distorted, omnipresent. I remember a night years ago, walking alone on a different road. Similar quiet, similar dread. I had thought the world was empty, thought fear could be contained by rationality. And now it had returned, personalized, intimate, inescapable. The voices intensified, not just echoes of me, but layered, too many to separate. My own words folded over others, forming questions I hadn't asked aloud, accusations I hadn't made. The static pulsed with life, twisting, reacting, aware. Why did you leave? A memory of my partner, long gone, flashed. A night argument, harsh words, regret I never voiced. The words came through the static, spoken back to me in warped clarity. I gasped, slammed the console, pressed my face into my hands. I couldn't tell what was external anymore. The car, the radio, the road, all blurred. My own thoughts no longer belonged solely to me. They had been intercepted, reformed, weaponized. The static whispered, coaxed, teased, pressing me into corners of memory I didn't want to revisit. I tried to move forward. Wheels on asphalt, tires humming, headlights cutting the darkness. But the voices grew louder, more insistent, more precise. Every fragment of my mind replayed, dissected, woven into sound waves I couldn't ignore. Do you hear it? Don't you remember? My chest heaved. My fingers gripped the wheel, knuckles white, nails biting into flesh. Each heartbeat echoed against the static, and the static echoed back. I tried to call dispatch again. My own voice sounded alien, distant, filtered through a barrier of interference that wasn't interference. The radio responded before I spoke, before I even thought. My memories, my fears, my doubts, everything bled into the device. Everything returned, twisted. Alone, always alone. I slammed the steering wheel, tried to silence it, to escape it, to reclaim the boundaries of my mind. But the radio flared, static surging, voices overlapping, crescendoing into a roar that filled the car. Every whisper of regret, every unspoken thought, every memory I tried to bury, they surged, amplified, untethered. And in the middle of it, a new thought, not mine, not from the past, not from memory. A promise, patient, observing. I am here, always here. The words reverberated inside me, not spoken aloud, not on the radio. Everywhere, inside my skull, around my bones, pressing in impossible to ignore. I tried to scream. My voice broke. I tried to flee. Tires spun. Headlights cut the dark. Yet the road seemed endless, absorbing every motion, every breath, every sound. The static roared, pulsed, breathed, alive. My own thoughts collided with it, mingled, lost. Minutes, Hours, I don't know. Time bent around me. The voices spoke my memories, my fears, my guilt. My mind fractured into strands of sound, replayed, distorted again. I didn't know what was real. I didn't know what was me. And then silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. The hum of the engine, the tires, my own ragged breathing. The static vanished. For a moment, I thought I had escaped, but my chest still ached with the memory of it. The echoes remained faint just beneath perception, like a pulse. Waiting. I drove on. Headlights cut the empty road. Trees leaned inward. Shadows pulled unnaturally. And in the edges of my mind, I could feel it. The radio, the voices, the presence. Patient. Waiting. Aware. I will never turn that dial again without feeling it. Never sit in that cruiser without hearing whispers that aren't there. Never hear static without the memory of voices that spoke every thought I've ever tried to hide. And I know I will hear it again. The air was colder than usual that night. Not sharp or biting, but heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. I was driving slowly along the stretch that led past the old field on the outskirts of town. The field had always been empty, overgrown with weeds and wild grass, untouched except for the occasional stray dog or deer. Nothing living in it at this hour. I knew that. I told myself that. And yet, when I passed, something made me stop. Something that didn't belong. There, standing in the center of the field, a figure. Still, silent, watching. My headlights fell on it. But even illuminated, it was strange. No discernible features, just a shape that resembled a human. Tall, lanky, with limbs slightly too long, posture too precise, as if it had been carved from shadows. The wind didn't seem to touch it. The grass didn't bend around it. It simply stood, a black silhouette against the darkness. I rolled down the window, trying to shake off the sense of wrongness that settled like a weight in my chest. A noise somewhere, a distant owl, a branch snapping, made me jump. My fingers tightened around the wheel. My pulse raced, but the figure didn't move. Not an inch. I told myself I was imagining it. Fog, shadows, exhaustion. Maybe I'd been staring at the same field too long, letting my mind play tricks. Rational thought. That's what I clung to. But the figure remained. I stepped out of the car. Gravel crunched beneath my boots. But it didn't seem to matter. The figure remained motionless, somehow aware, somehow patient. I lifted my flashlight, sweeping it across the field. The beam landed on the figure. Its outline sharpened, but still no face, no detail. Just the presence. Something alive, yet not alive. I took a cautious step forward. The figure moved. Not quickly, not violently, but in perfect synchronization with me. I stopped. It stopped. I raised my hand. It raised its hand, mirroring me exactly. My stomach nodded. My rational mind tried to convince me it was coincidence, a trick of perception. But I knew, deep down, the truth was far darker. Every step I took, it mirrored. Every tilt of my head, every breath, it matched. I spun slowly. So did it, a grotesque echo of me, a shadowy twin that shouldn't exist. I stumbled back, tripping over uneven ground. The figure did not falter, not once. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering. My flashlight beam wavered as I shook it, trying to pierce the darkness, trying to assert control. But the figure only mirrored the trembling of my hands, the stumble of my body, as though it were connected to me by something invisible, something deliberate. A thought struck me then, cold and terrible. It wasn't just following, it was learning, waiting, measuring. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think, to reason. It's just some kid, I muttered aloud, the words tasting bitter even to me. A prank, some guy out here in the dark. The figure tilted its head. My head. Exactly. The movement was deliberate. Too deliberate. Not human. Not playful. It wasn't a prank. I backed toward the car, flashlight still trained on it. Every step I took, it took in perfect sync. My palms were slick with sweat, my legs trembling. I couldn't look away. Something inside me screamed that if I did, it would reach me, consume me. erased me, and then I noticed the grass around its feet. Where I stepped, it bent and crushed. Where it stepped, nothing. The ground remained untouched. No imprint, no distortion, nothing. It didn't belong to the physical world. Not truly. I fumbled with my radio. Dispatch. Please, someone. Static. Nothing else. I tried again. Still static. A whisper, faint, almost part of the wind, seemed to drift across the field. My name. Soft. Patient. Cold. I swallowed hard. My voice caught in my throat. I thought about running, fleeing, abandoning the car, and putting as much distance as possible between me and the figure. But the moment I considered it, it mimicked the tilt of my head, the tightening of my chest, the hesitation of my steps. It knew me, knew my fear, and it was using it. I tried to throw a rock, anything, to test it. My arm swung, a clumsy arc through the air. The rock flew. The figure raised its arm in perfect imitation. Even the throw was mirrored. My chest tightened. Panic bubbled, choking. I had no control, no leverage. I stumbled backward, nearly falling again. My flashlight clattered to the ground. Spinning a circle of light, the figure stood still. Shadows moved around it, dark shapes stretching outward, dissolving into the night. I tried to run. 1, 2, 3 steps. Every movement mirrored. My heart thudded. My chest ached. My mind screamed. I paused, shaking, hands on my knees, breathing ragged. And the figure mirrored that too, crouched in the field, waiting, breathing or seeming to. A perfect echo of my exhaustion, my fear. I thought of stories, of folklore, doppelgangers, reflections of the soul, of punishment, of entities that copied, that replaced. I forced myself not to think too deeply, not to let my imagination twist further into this nightmare. But every instinct told me the figure was not a trick of light, not a hallucination. It was something deliberate, patient, waiting. I picked up the flashlight. The beam trembled. I shone it directly on the figure. The glow reflected strangely, edges shimmering like heat on asphalt. The field seemed to warp subtly around it, bending light and shadow unnaturally. My pulse raced faster. Every logical thought fled. Only fear remained. I took a slow step forward. The figure did the same. A cruel, impossible mimicry. I wanted to scream, to demand it stop, to shatter the illusion, but no sound left my throat. I tried to throw the flashlight. Clumsy, desperate. The beam spun across the grass, highlighting nothing but empty darkness. And the figure? Its head tilted the same angle. Shadowed limbs following the arc, moving impossibly in sync. I stumbled back, heart hammering, lungs burning. The night pressed in. The wind seemed to die. Even the distant trees, which should have whispered, were silent. Only the figure, waiting, mirroring, patient. I thought about my training, all the years of logic, procedure, calm in crisis. None of it applied here. None of it mattered. This was not procedural, not natural. It existed in the spaces between thought and action, between reality and perception. I wanted to run. I wanted to get back to the road, to the car, to sanity. But every movement was reflected, every hesitation mirrored. The figure had me trapped in a rhythm of fear I could not escape. I closed my eyes briefly, willing myself to gather composure, to think, to reason. 1 deep breath, 2, 3. When I opened them, it remained, crouched, silent, still. I raised my flashlight again. It raised its hand. I raised mine higher. It did the same. Its movements were perfect, mechanical, yet organic. My brain screamed that it shouldn't be possible, that this field, this night, this figure, it defied everything I knew. I swallowed, voice barely audible. What do you want? No answer, only stillness, only the mirrored posture, the impossible patience. I wanted it to speak, to move, to make itself known, but it remained quiet, a shadow perfectly tuned to me. I thought about the sun rising, about rational explanations, about the possibility of hallucination, but nothing could explain the perfection of its mimicry, the absence of footprints, The unnatural calm in the air, the weight pressing in on my chest. I stepped backward, slow, careful. The figure mirrored me. Every footfall, every subtle shift, every glance in the dark, it copied. Not maliciously, not angrily, but patiently, waiting, learning, measuring. I tried to turn toward the car, desperate. Gravel crunched. My body tensed. The figure tilted its head in response. I realized then that the field itself had changed. Distance distorted. Shadows lengthened unnaturally. The figure never faltered, never blinked, never broke rhythm. My mind raced, pulling at every fragment of memory, every story, every legend. Doppelgangers, echoes of the self, warnings of unseen watchers. All of it swirled in my head, dark, terrible, insistent. I tried to throw something again. Anything? My flashlight spun. A rock skipped across the grass. The figure raised its arm, flicked its shadowed fingers exactly as I had. My chest tightened. I couldn't escape. Not physically. Not mentally. I pressed my back against the cruiser, shaking. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the field, but not enough. The figure stood, silent, patient, mirroring. Every instinct screamed danger. My rational mind clung to denial. My body quivered. Minutes or hours I could measure. The field stretched endlessly. The figure remained, always waiting, always copying, always patient, always there. I slid back into the car finally, doors locked, heart hammering, breath ragged. The figure did not approach. It remained in the field, still, unmoving, mirroring nothing now, yet the weight of its presence lingered. The field seemed empty again, but I knew better. I could feel it, waiting, always. I drove slowly past, headlights cutting the darkness. The figure remained, distant now, silent. Still, my pulse slowly returned, but my mind refused to settle. I knew it would follow, in ways I couldn't see, in ways I couldn't escape. Not physically, not mentally. And even now, writing this, I can feel it. Waiting, mirroring, patient, always patient. The field was empty. The night was quiet. But the figure never left. I remember the moment like it was a scar pressed into my memory. It was quiet in the dispatch room, quieter than usual. Even the hum of the fluorescent lights felt hesitant, like it was holding its breath. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept staring at the screen, watching the clock tick toward midnight. There's something about late-night shifts that changes the air, makes it feel heavier, like time itself is pressing down on you, waiting for something to happen. And on nights like this, something always does. The call came through just after 12. I remember because the tone of the radio cut through the silence, sharp and wrong, like nails on black ice. It wasn't like the usual calls. The dispatcher's voice wasn't the steady monotone I was used to. It cracked, just slightly, like they'd heard something they weren't supposed to. Unit 12, the voice said, clipped and cautious. Coordinates, unknown. Repeat, unknown. I frowned. My fingers hovered over the console, hesitant. Unknown? Coordinates don't just disappear. Every point on Earth is mapped. Everything is mapped. And yet, there it was, blinking on the screen like it was real. I double-checked the input. I always double-check, because mistakes are expensive. But the coordinates were the same, latitude and longitude that didn't exist. That didn't correspond to anything. No country, no forest, no desert, nothing. Just blank. And yet, the call was active. Someone or something was out there, and it was trying to reach us. I remember the unease settling in my chest, low and insistent. It was a kind of feeling that starts as a whisper and then grows, echoing in your ribs, in your bones. I leaned back in my chair and tried to reason through it. Technical glitch. Radio interference. A prank. That had to be it. There was no other explanation. No sane person sends coordinates that don't exist. Then the voice came again, this time clearer, though it didn't sound human. At least, not fully human. There was a pause before each word, a jagged, broken rhythm that made my stomach knot. Help can't find home. My hands went cold. I leaned forward, trying to trace the signal, to make sense of it, and that's when I saw it. The coordinates were moving, slowly, deliberately, sliding across the map like something alive. Every instinct screamed at me to turn away, to tell someone else, to ignore it and pretend it wasn't happening. But I couldn't. Curiosity is a curse. I pulled up the historical logs. Nothing. No record. No previous call. No pattern. Just this one line, pulsing on the screen, waiting. I kept staring, heart hammering. And then I realized something else. The map around the coordinates, what little of it actually existed, was wrong. Roads that shouldn't connect, rivers that flowed backward, forests that ended abruptly, like someone had cut pieces out with scissors and left jagged edges. The room grew colder. I could see my breath for the first time, curling in front of my face. Not much colder than usual. There's always a chill in dispatch at night, but enough to make me shiver. I rubbed my arms, trying to roll the warmth back into them, but the feeling in my chest wouldn't go away. Unease, sharp and constant, like teeth gnawing. Then the screen flickered. The lines of the map wavered, as if the coordinates themselves were breathing. I blinked, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks. But when I looked again, the dot was no longer just moving. It was waiting, almost aware of me, reacting to my gaze. I should have called someone in. Anyone. But there was a strange gravity to it. Something I couldn't explain. I felt tethered, like the coordinates had reached through the screen and wrapped around me, tugging. I leaned closer, and that's when I heard it. Not through the radio, not through any device, but in my head, soft and urgent, like a memory pressing itself into mine. Help, please, can't. I recoiled. My hands trembled. This wasn't normal. Dispatch isn't supposed to be personal. Dispatch isn't supposed to reach into your mind. And yet, I could feel it. Every syllable like a fingernail on my brain. I tried to shake it off. Tried to tell myself I was imagining things. Stress, exhaustion, the remnants of too many nights alone with the hum of the monitors. That had to be it. I told myself firmly that I would report in the morning, once the sun was up, once someone else could verify it. But the coordinates didn't wait. They moved again, faster this time, sliding over the non-existent terrain, passing over lakes that weren't there, forests that had never grown. And the voice, the sound in my head, grew louder, more insistent, like it had realized I could hear it. I leaned back, breath shallow, trying to think. It's ridiculous, impossible. Maps don't lie. Coordinates don't lie. Nothing can exist in a place that doesn't exist. And yet, the call persisted, real and present, and I could feel it watching me, measuring me, testing me. I reached for the radio, my fingers trembling. This is Unit 12. I said, voice tight. I have your coordinates. Can you confirm location? Silence. Long, stretching seconds. And then the faintest sound, almost a whisper, barely audible. Don't come. The words hung in the room, heavy and slow, and I felt my chest tighten. My mind raced. Who was this? What was this? And why? Why did I feel deep in my bones that it wasn't lying? That if someone went there, they wouldn't come back? I tried to shut out, to focus on protocol, on procedure. Usually calls like this are mistakes, hoaxes, technical errors. But this was something else. The coordinates kept moving, stubborn and deliberate, crossing terrain that shouldn't exist, mapping a path to nowhere. And all the while, the voice continued, fractured and pleading, threading itself into my thoughts. I glanced around the empty dispatch room. Shadows clung to the corners, the light flickering overhead, like it was struggling to survive. I told myself it was just the hour, the exhaustion, the lonely monotony of the night. But the knot in my stomach refused to loosen, and the cold creeping along my spine was not imagination. It was watching me, waiting, knowing. I remember pressing my hands to the desk, trying to ground myself, trying to convince myself this was just data, just coordinates, just a problem to be solved. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that those numbers, those impossible numbers, meant something, something terrible and worse, that someone was alive, aware, reaching out in the only way it knew how, through the static, through the map, through my mind. I stayed there for hours, staring at the screen, unwilling or unable to leave. Every time I looked away, I thought I saw movement in the shadows, flickers at the edges of my vision. But when I turned back, there was nothing, just a map and the blinking and the voice, growing more insistent, threading through my thoughts like fine wire. And then finally, as the first hints of dawn began to creep through the windows, something changed. The coordinates stopped moving. The voice fell silent. But I knew, somehow, that it hadn't gone away. It was still there, somewhere beyond the edge of the map, somewhere in the impossible, waiting. I left the dispatch room that morning feeling hollow. My hands were still shaking. The corridors were empty, but I felt eyes on me, counting, marking, and the thought that gnawed at me, persistent and awful, was this. The call hadn't been meant for me. Not really, but it had found me anyway. Weeks later, I checked again. The coordinates were gone from the system. No trace, no record. Just an empty line in the log where the impossible had been. I told myself I'd imagined it, that I'd been tired, overworked, maybe even scared of the darkness inside myself. But late at night, when the world is quiet and the hum of the lights is the only sound, I can still feel it. A pull, faint and unrelenting, like a hand brushing against mine in the dark. And I know, deep down, that the call is still out there, that it still waits, somewhere that shouldn't exist, for someone to answer. I haven't been the same since. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see the coordinates again. I see the map bending, rivers running backward, forests cut into jagged, impossible shapes. And I hear the voice, soft and urgent, threading into my thoughts, asking for something I can't give. Help can't find home. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to bone, that the next time it calls, it will come for me. I thought I understood the world. I thought I knew roads, maps, directions. I was wrong. It started with a dispatch about missing travelers. A routine call, the kind we handle every week. Lost hikers, stranded drivers, someone who'd taken a wrong turn. I wasn't supposed to be on this one. Not really. But curiosity has a way of rooting itself inside you, dragging you toward things you don't want to see. I drove out toward the coordinates they'd given me. A place the maps insisted was just forest and empty fields. At first, it was normal. Trees lining the road, the smell of wet earth after rain, the faint hum of tires over asphalt. I told myself to relax, to follow the procedure, to treat it like any other call. But the road had other plans. It began slowly. A bend in the road, gentle, ordinary. Then another. Then another. Each turn should have led me deeper into the forest. But somehow, I ended up back where I started. The same curve, the same signpost, the same tree with a branch broken halfway down like some animal had used it for a swing. I stopped the car, heart hammering, and stared at the familiar scene. No, I thought, I couldn't be here again. Not yet. I had to have gone further. I had to be lost, but in a way that made sense. GPS, my phone, both useless. They spun in circles, recalculating endlessly, unable to find the path. I tried again. I followed the road, keeping count of the turns this time. Left, right, left, right. I should have reached a clearing by now, a river, some landmark, anything, but every turn returned me to the same spot. It was like the road was folding back on itself, like reality itself had taken a step sideways and left me in a loop I couldn't escape. Panic began to creep in, slow and cold, wrapping around my chest. I told myself to breathe, one step at a time, one turn at a time. But the forest around me didn't breathe. The shadows of the trees stretched too long, too sharp, even though the sun was high. There was something in the way the light hit the leaves, a subtle wrongness, like the shadows themselves were watching, waiting. I remember stopping completely and getting out of the car. The air was heavy, almost thick. I could taste it, metallic, wet, like rain mixed with something else I couldn't name. I walked toward the edge of the forest, hoping to find a path, a trail, something that made sense. But the trees stretched endlessly in every direction, forming corridors that mirrored each other, repeating, looping. I shouted just a little, calling for anyone, anything. My voice came back to me, echoing strangely, not like normal echoes, but as if someone or something was mocking me. I ran back to the car and slammed the door. I tried the GPS again. Same result. Same spinning. Endless recalculation. I was trapped. That's when I noticed the signs. They weren't normal. They looked like every other road sign, the kind I pass 1,000 times. Arrows pointing left or right, warning signs for curves. But there was something off. The arrows pointed in directions that didn't exist. Words were there, but wrong, misshapen, like the letters had been rearranged by someone who understood language just enough to confuse it. I tried to read them aloud. Turn left. My voice cracked. I shook my head. No, there was no left. There was only the road looping back, over and over. I drove again, desperately, tracing the loops, counting them like some mantra, hoping that the next one would be different, hoping that the forest would open, that I would find a clearing, the river, someone to explain what was happening. But every loop was the same. Every tree, every curve, every sign repeated, as if the world itself was trapped in a frame, refusing to let me move forward. Hours, or maybe minutes, time had begun to blur, passed. The sky dimmed without reason, clouds thickening as if they had been drawn by hand. Shadows stretched further. The air smelled of wet leaves, decaying undergrowth, and something faintly burning. I don't know if I was imagining that last part. I hope I was. And then I heard it, faint at first, like the wind, a voice, not through the radio, not through a device. Real human, broken, whimpering. Please don't. I froze. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. I didn't know why I couldn't. I stepped out of the car again, trembling, listening. The voice repeated, closer this time, echoing to the trees, looping back on itself. Please don't leave. I followed the sound. My legs carried me through the forest, over roots and wet leaves. Every step made the trees repeat themselves. Every glance behind me showed the same shadowed curves, the same twisted trunks, the same loops of impossible paths. It was endless, like being inside a maze made of the same memory over and over, and each step forward felt like stepping into the same nightmare again. I wanted to call for help. My hands shook too much to hold the phone steady. Even if I did, what could I tell them? That the road had betrayed me? That the forest had trapped me in its own skin? That I was being pulled forward by a voice that might not exist? I reached a small clearing, or thought I did. It looked different for a moment. A stone, cracked and covered in moss, the faint outline of a worn path. I followed it, desperate, and then, slowly, unbearably, the clearing shifted. The stone, the path. Even the air itself seemed to fold back in the forest I'd been trapped in. The clearing had never been there. There was only the loop. I screamed. Not a shout, not even words. Just a sound that tore from my chest and hung in the forest, unanswered, unheard, meaningless. And when I stopped, gasping, my eyes caught movement. Something, or someone at the edge of the clearing. A figure, shadowed, indistinct, just beyond the reach of the fading light. I blinked. It was gone. I ran. I don't know how far or how long, or in which direction. Every path led back. Every bend returned me to the same curve, the same signpost, the same tree with the broken branch. The forest laughed in silence. And then I realized the truth. The voice, the coordinates, the impossible maps. They weren't mistakes. They weren't glitches. They were warnings. And I had ignored them. I stopped, chest heaving, sweat stinging my eyes. I tried to make sense of it. Loops twisting roads. Roads that returned you to the same place no matter how far you drove. Forests that mirrored themselves. Shadows that followed without moving. The world was wrong. And I was inside it. I remembered the dispatcher, the one who had reported the impossible coordinates the night before. I could hear their voice again, faint in my mind. Help, can't find home. And now I understood. The loop, the road, the forest, they weren't just strange. They were alive in some way, aware, deliberate. They wanted something. They wanted to trap, to confuse, to pull people into a place that didn't exist. except for those who were already inside. Night fell without reason. I didn't see the sun set. I didn't see it rise again. There was only the forest, the road, the loops. Shadows lengthened impossibly. My car, my lifeline, became a ghost, a reminder that I had come here alone, unprepared and trapped. I started marking the trees, carving lines into the bark with my knife, hoping to break the cycle, hoping to prove to myself that I was moving forward. But every time I looked back, the marks had shifted, rearranged themselves, or disappeared entirely. The forest refused proof. It refused reality. Hunger and thirst began to gnaw at me. I could feel my body weakening, but the forest didn't care. The loops continued, endless, mocking, and the voice, somewhere just beyond hearing, always returned. Please don't leave. Sometimes I thought I saw figures in the distance, human shape, half hidden, following, waiting. But when I blinked, they vanished. I couldn't tell if they were real or just another trick, another part of the road looping back on itself. I don't know how long I walked. Days? Hours? Time dissolved, meaningless. The road refused to end. The forest refused to let me go. And I knew, deep down, that I wasn't meant to escape. Not yet. Maybe never. I sit here now. Try to remember which turn brought me here, which loop trapped me, which shadow waits just beyond my sight. My mouth is dry, my hands weak, and yet I write this because I must remember. Because someone, somewhere, might need to know that roads exist that don't lead anywhere, that loops exist in the world, waiting, deliberate, patient, that sometimes if you follow the wrong path, it will follow you back forever. And I know now, without any doubt, that I should never have left the call unanswered. The road doesn't forgive. The forest doesn't forget. And I am not alone, though I cannot see them, and I cannot leave. Somewhere ahead or behind, the loop waits. And the voice, always whispering, always pleading, threads itself into my mind. Please don't leave. And I know that no matter which way I turn, I am still trapped. The road doesn't lead anywhere, and the forest doesn't care. I first heard about the abandoned patrol car during the early hours, just after night shift started to bleed into morning. The call came in almost casually, the kind that usually makes you think of a flat tire or a missing officer who's out in the field somewhere, probably late. But there was something in the dispatcher's voice that made me stop, made the blood in my veins thicken. It wasn't just curiosity. It was that tiny, insistent prickle of dread you can't explain until it's already rooted itself inside your chest. The coordinates pointed to a section of road I knew well, or at least I thought I did. It was a quiet stretch, bordered by dense woods on either side, the kind of place where the wind whispers through branches and sound disappears into shadows. I drove there in silence, the hum of my engine the only companion, though I could feel something else riding along with me, something watching. The patrol car was parked off the side of the road, headlights dead, engine cold. It looked as if it had been sitting there for hours, or days, though the morning mist made it impossible to judge. I remember the chill when I stepped out, not the usual early morning cold, but a damp, insistent chill that clung to my bones, as if the car itself exhaled it. I approached slowly, each footstep tentative. The driver's door was ajar. Inside, the car was empty, no officer, no sign of struggle, nothing that would indicate why it had been abandoned. But when I leaned closer, my stomach dropped. On the dashboard, in the small compartment where officers often keep their IDs and paperwork, was a badge, and etched carefully across it, almost impossibly familiar, was my name. I froze. My hands went cold. I repeated it under my breath. My name. It wasn't a fake. It wasn't a misprint. It was mine. And yet, I had never seen this car before. Never touched it. Never even thought about it. I remember gripping the doorframe, knuckles white, heart hammering. The forest around me was silent. Too silent. The way silence presses in when you're alone with something you don't understand. I glanced inside again, half expecting to see myself sitting there. And for a brief, terrifying moment, I thought I did. Not in reflection, not in shadow, but in the seat itself, a blurred shape, just a suggestion of a body, like a memory trying to take form. I stumbled back, almost tripping over the uneven ground. My brain refused to process what I was seeing. A patrol car, abandoned, carrying my name as if it had always been mine, and yet I had no memory of it, no claim to it, no explanation. The air shifted. I could feel it before I heard it. A sound so subtle, almost imagined, that I wasn't sure existed. A scraping, faint, coming from somewhere in the woods behind the car. I told myself it was just a branch, a deer, something normal, anything but the impossible. But the sound repeated, deliberate, moving closer, circling, impossible place. I leaned against the car, trying to steady my thoughts. There was paperwork inside, maps, notes, all of it familiar yet unfamiliar, as if someone had copied pieces of my life into this vehicle, rearranging like puzzle pieces I couldn't fit together. My mind raced. Was this some sick prank? Some elaborate setup? Or something else? I opened the door cautiously, half afraid, half compelled. Everything inside was neat, ordered, almost clinical, but there was an unsettling quality to it. The way the maps folded back on themselves, roads that didn't exist, locations that weren't on any chart, names of places I'd never heard of. My name appeared in handwritten notes, alongside times and dates that hadn't happened yet, or at least hadn't happened in my memory. The air grew heavier. I could feel the tension pressing down, a weight I could almost touch. I reached out, my fingers brushing the edge of the dashboard, and the world shifted. Not violently, not like a jolt, but subtly, almost imperceptibly. The car seemed to exhale. The space around me tilted. The road behind me disappeared into shadows that weren't shadows, trees that weren't trees. And for a moment, I couldn't tell which way was forward, which way led out, which way was even real. I stumbled back, breathing hard, trying to remind myself of reality. Patrol protocol. Check for signs of the officer. Call it in. Keep calm. But my voice caught in my throat, because even as I tried to think rationally, I knew there had never been another officer. Not here, not in the car, not anywhere. The door slammed shut behind me. I didn't move it. The sound echoed, though the forest had been silent. Echoed too long, resonated too deep. And I could feel it, the presence, something that belonged to the car, or to the road, or to the air itself. Something patient, deliberate, aware, watching me, testing me. I remember staring at my badge, sitting there on the dashboard like a token of ownership. My name engraved, my number, my date of birth, everything exactly right. I wanted to grab it, to rip it out, to prove to myself that it was real. But when I reached for it, my hand passed through it, as if it were made of smoke, not metal. And that's when I heard it. My voice, or something that sounded like it, echoing from inside the car. Not speaking words, just the tone, the cadence. A whisper I knew too well. Get out. I stumbled back, tripping over the underbrush, heart pounding so violently I thought it might tear itself free. My mind screamed at me to run, to leave, to abandon the impossible car and the impossible forest behind. But my legs felt rooted, like the ground had grown into my skin, like the air itself was holding me in place. I forced myself to look inside again. The car was empty. The dashboard gleamed under the weak morning light. The badge now gone, leaving only a faint impression, like a memory burned into the surface. I blinked. Indeed, when I opened my eyes, the driver's seat was filled, not completely, just enough to suggest a form, vague and shifting. I swear it looked like me. Not me, but the idea of me. The car held a version of myself that had been there all along, waiting, patient. And the longer I stared, the more I felt it. The other me, the version in the car, was aware, watching, expecting, almost pleading. I stumbled backward, gasping for breath. The forest seemed to lean in, shadows bending unnaturally toward the car. The road behind me vanished, replaced by black undergrowth and shifting mist. I could hear the hum of the engine, faint, though the car hadn't started. And somewhere in the distance, a sound like tires on gravel, circling, approaching, retreating. But there was no one there, only the car. I wanted to leave. I needed to leave, but I couldn't. Part of me was trapped by curiosity, by terror, by some incomprehensible pull. I remember sitting on the ground, head in my hands, trying to block out the impossible reality, trying to reason, trying to tell myself it was a hallucination. But my senses betrayed me. The air smelled of wet asphalt and something burned, faint, acrid. Shadows flickered where there should be none. And the car waited. I don't know how long I stayed there. Minutes? Hours? Time had no meaning. Every time I looked up, the patrol car seemed slightly different. The door in a different position. The seat leaning at a different angle. The interior subtly shifting, as if it was aware of my gaze. And then I realized something that froze me in place. It wasn't just a car. It wasn't just a vehicle abandoned in the woods. It was a trap, a message, a warning. My name on the badge wasn't coincidence. It was an invitation, or a claim. I tried to scream. My voice caught in my throat, tried to move. My legs barely obeyed. The forest whispered, leaves brushing in a rhythm too deliberate to be wind. And the car, I could feel it, patient, waiting, holding a version of me that shouldn't exist, a version that had always existed in some impossible loop, in some unseen dimension, bound to this road, to this place, to this impossible patrol. I remember finally crawling back to my own car, hands trembling, sweat slick on my skin. I started the engine, desperate for escape. But even as I drove away, the patrol car lingered in the corner of my vision, not moving, not disappearing, just waiting. Its presence etched itself into my mind. And I knew, somehow, that it would find me again, because it already had. Weeks later, the memory of that morning haunts me. The abandoned car, the badge with my name, the shadow of myself sitting inside. I don't know what it was, or why it chose that form, or why it waited for me, but I know it's out there, waiting, patient, and I know without a doubt that I was never meant to see it only once. I tell myself that time will make it easier to forget, that logic will come back, that sleep will erase the images, but it doesn't. I see it in my dreams, in reflections, on quiet streets where no one should be, and sometimes in the darkness before dawn, I hear the faint hum of an engine, steady, relentless, waiting for me to return. And I know that the abandoned patrol car is not abandoned at all. It never was. It waits. It started with the radio. At first, it was subtle, a static-filled whisper beneath the usual chatter, just low enough that I thought it was interference. But interference doesn't sound like someone calling your name. Interference doesn't mimic the tone of someone you've known, someone you thought you could trust. I remember the first time I heard it clearly. I was sitting at the dispatch console, late, the glow of the monitors painting the walls pale green. A routine night shift, nothing unusual, except for the odd unease pressing the edges of my mind. And then, through the static, I heard my name, soft, hesitant, like it was testing me. Unit 12, are you there? I froze. My hand hovered over the headset, unsure if I'd imagined it, but the monitors confirmed it. The signal was real. Someone or something was on the line. I pressed the button, voice taut careful. This is Unit 12. Go ahead. Static answered. At first, nothing but the usual hiss, a soft white noise. Then the whispers came, fragmented words, overlapping, sometimes pleading, sometimes angry, sometimes urgent. Help, don't stay, leave. I leaned closer, heart hammering, tried to make sense of it. The words weren't consistent. Sometimes they were my own voice, repeating phrases I didn't remember saying. Sometimes they were someone else, layer over themselves, overlapping, blending into the static, until I couldn't tell what was real. I reached for the radio, trying to call the nearest unit. Only there was nothing. No signal, no response, no sign of the officer who had reported in earlier. The system that tracks units blinked at me empty, except for static. My stomach sank. Something was wrong. I tried to trace the signal, the way we always do. It should have led somewhere. Somewhere on the map, somewhere tangible. But it didn't. It twisted, spinning across coordinates that didn't exist. Places that had no name, no road, no landmarks. And every time I tried to pinpoint it, The signal slipped, pulling further into itself, just out of reach. The whispers grew louder, and then, unmistakably, screams. Not recorded screams. Not echoes from a call. Real, raw, twisting the air around me. High-pitched, ragged, as if the sound itself were clawing its way through the radio waves. I staggered back, gripping the desk, hands shaking. Somewhere in that static, I heard my own voice again, clear this time. Help can't. I pressed my fingers into my temples, trying to ground myself. I tried to remember where the officer had been supposed to be. I tried to follow protocol. I tried to tell myself it was a technical malfunction, some kind of glitch. But my mind kept circling back to the impossible coordinates. The abandoned patrol car, the loops in the road. Something connected them, and I could feel it tightening around me. I reached for the headset again. Unit 12. Come in. The response was immediate, but wrong. Not the radio voice of another dispatcher. Not the routine chatter. This was layered, thick, almost alive. The static twisting into syllables that weren't human. Unit 12 can't leave. And then, the officer's name appeared on the tracking system. For a brief moment. There was... then instantly gone. Just a blank line, a ghost of a record. My stomach dropped. The name had vanished completely, leaving only the radio's hiss, the endless, shifting static. I tried to call again. Nothing. Only the whispers. Only the static. And that's when I realized I wasn't hearing it just through the radio anymore. I could feel it in my head, threading into my thoughts, small at first, then growing. A presence that wasn't visible, wasn't tangible, but aware, patient, watching. The whispers weren't coming from the speaker. They were coming from somewhere in me. Somewhere inside the space I thought was mine alone. Don't leave, stay. I clutched the desk, trying to anchor myself in the familiar. The monitor, the keyboard, the walls of the dispatch room. But the air was shifting. The walls seemed to bend, subtly, impossibly. Shadows pulled in corners that should have been lit. Every monitor flickered with interference that didn't match any electrical fault I knew. The static moved, alive, forming shapes that almost looked human. I remember the cold, not the usual dispatch room chill, but something sharper, invasive, sliding along my skin, reaching through my clothes, through my ribs, pressing into my chest. It was suffocating and electric all at once. And the radio continued, relentless. Unit 12 can't help loss. I realized then what had happened. The officer hadn't disappeared, not in the conventional sense. He had been drawn into it, into the signal, into the static, into some layer of reality that bent around itself. And now, the same pull had reached me. I stumbled to my feet, moving away from the console, hoping to escape the sound, the pressure, the presence. But it followed, winding around me, inside me. The radio hissed in time with my heartbeat, and every whisper threaded itself into my memory, pulling at pieces of me I didn't want to acknowledge. Memories that weren't mine, moments that had never happened, but felt like they had. The words became more insistent, pleading, commanding, warning. Stay, can't follow, lost home. I tried to respond. My lips moved, but no sound came. My voice was swallowed by the static, replaced by whispers in my own tone. It was me speaking, but not me, and each repetition made my skin crawl, made my mind fray a little more. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. I stopped being able to measure time. The light outside shifted, then dimmed, though the window said morning was breaking. The radio never stopped. Whispers, static, screams, my own voice calling out from somewhere I couldn't reach. I looked at the monitors. All lines empty. The officer's record gone. And yet, somewhere beyond the digital void, I could feel him, or what remained of him. The signal wasn't just carrying words. It was carrying presence, essence, pulling it forward into the endless loop of interference, into something impossible. I tried to call it off, to switch channels, to unplug everything. But every action, every motion made it louder. The whispers layered into screams, and the screams became words, and the word became shapes. My own reflection on the screen, The small image of me in the corner of the monitor, twisted, blurred, until I couldn't tell where I ended and the static began. I stumbled backward. My hands flew to the radio, pressing every button, yelling into the static, hoping to break through, hoping to hear a human voice. But only the signal answered, carrying the officer's presence into the invisible current, threading him into something that didn't exist. I saw him, in flashes, in the corner of my vision, not fully, just a blur, seated in the patrol car that shouldn't exist, his hands gripping the wheel, eyes wide with terror, but looking directly at me, as if he knew I was listening, as if he knew I was next. The whispers shifted. Now, they weren't just words. They were instructions, suggestions, manipulations. I could feel myself bending to them, my thoughts twisting, my memory faltering. And in that moment, I understood the signal doesn't just carry sound. It carries intent. It reaches and it takes. It doesn't leave empty air behind. It leaves only static and the shadow of what is claimed. I reached for the headset again. My fingers shook violently. My voice barely came through. Unit 12 responding here, but it was useless. The radio answered itself. Not my voice, not my words, but layered, distorted, thick with everything the signal had swallowed before me. The whispers merged into screams, into words, into silence, and I felt my own presence start to slip. My mind shivered, stretched, and I realized I was fading into it, becoming part of the static, a voice in the endless signal, a shadow waiting for the next call. I fell to my knees. My fingers clawed at the console. I tried to anchor myself with memory, my family, my home, the roads I'd traveled, but they didn't hold. The signal doesn't care for memory. It doesn't care for logic. It only cares that you listen, that you answer, that you exist long enough for it to claim you. And then, I don't know how, I was pulled upright. The room seemed to shift again, subtly and possibly. The monitors flickered with static that looked like faces. Not fully formed, not human, but faces. And I heard it unmistakably. One final phrase threaded to the layered voices, through the static, through the echoes of my own mind. Welcome, lost stay. The console glowed, the radio hissed, and the officer's name blinked once more on the system. Then nothing, only static. I don't know how long I stayed there, listening, trembling, half aware of the world beyond the walls. Every time I close my eyes, I hear it again, the whispers, the static, the distorted fragments of voices, all threading themselves into my head, waiting, patient, deliberate, waiting for the next unit, waiting for the next call, waiting for me. I tried to leave. I wanted to leave, but I could still hear it. Always, inside me, around me, through every channel, every line, every silent pause that should have been quiet. The signal doesn't forget. It doesn't stop. And the officer, I can still feel him somewhere inside it, trapped, a presence in static, waiting for someone to answer. I know now with certainty that the signal is a mistake. It isn't interference. It isn't random. It's alive. It's aware. And it's patient. It doesn't just carry sound. It carries those as claimed, threading them into the static, into the empty space between signals, into the impossibility of it all. And if you listen too closely, if you answer, it will reach for you next. I know this now, because I heard my name called from the static and I answered. And I don't know how long I have before I vanish completely.